Oh, I'm literally talking to myself. Happy Tuesday. Let me see. Let me see. Make that go away for now. Okay. I have an actual thing to do today. However, I don't know how much is like gonna be visible. I need to I've been working on this project and I realized that I need to migrate my OpenAI integration to like a newer API. And I really haven't had a chance to sit down and look at the new API. I think I just saw a video actually just randomly pop up on YouTube. And that's how I knew that I was gonna have to make this move now, so that way I won't have to worry about it in the future, especially since it's like I just started on this project. So um I don't know where Justice is in his in his mental capacity for the day yet, but we'll see. I actually really have to get this done regardless because this is a project that I'm working on. So I'm gonna look at this. How do I show this? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I just need my brain to fully turn on. I haven't. I need to drink a little bit more of this coffee. Okay, this is what I'm looking at. So, OpenAI. This boy's so funny. OpenAI has, for the longest time, we've been using chat completions as the primary way that you. What the heck? Okay. Chat completions has been the primary way that you would integrate and have, or use it, have um, a chat style feature in your application. They have something called so chat completions is the old version. They have responses API. Responses API is new-ish. I haven't read any of this documentation for real, but they do have a migration. They have a migration guide, so I'm going to look at that today. I just saw something about backwards compatible. That sounds lovely. If I can just do like minimal changes. The way I have this implemented in my app, I should be able to just refactor the area where I did build this integration. Or more importantly, it would be nice if the AI agent in Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, if the AI agent can like handle this migration. I don't know. It should be able to because I'm using the GPT based, and I feel like the OpenAI migration, like most updated how to integrate with OpenAI, should be implemented in the GPT 4 or 5 model. I also let me see. I want to show Visual Studio Code. Let's move this over here. Close all this window. I want a new window. Where? I need the feature release notes. Check for updates. There's no updates. How do I see that? Can I just bring those back up? Or if not, I can go look on GitHub, I think. Features. Release notes. Here we go. Okay. I didn't look at these that closely, so I am going to look through here because I was maybe it was the last stream I was talking about it, but I was like, I think we should, like, GPT-5 came out, so we should have GPT-5 in the agent manage models. No, these are the only ones. Oh, premium. Is it premium? That must be. Okay, let me read these release notes. I'm not sure I feel the need to upgrade yet, but we'll see. I do like I like having the agent in Visual Studio Code, but it's just I'm not sure. Just not sure how I feel about it all the way. Okay, this is the most recent version. Let me see. Use GPT-5 in VS Code. That one I figured was gonna happen. Okay, so it's on paid Copilot. Open the chat view and choose GPT-5. This boy. So this is chat. They also have checkpoints. Checkpoints that enable you to restore different states of your chat conversations. Revert edits and go back to certain points in the conversation. That sounds like it's gonna make my head hurt. When you select a checkpoint, VS Code reverts workspace changes and chat history to that point. After restoring a checkpoint, you can redo that action. So I can undo it and I can redo it. That's I don't know how I feel about that. Like, hypothetically, yes, I was just thinking like it would be nice if we could have that, but I feel like the chat, the model's gonna end up getting confused. I can redo it. Hold on, let me see. I can't see. Yeah, see, why would, at what point, how long do I have to redo? Is it any harm in having this on? Checkpoints will be enabled by default. Oh, they're enabled by default. Tool picker improvements. I haven't really did anything with tools. I need to work with that. Expander collapse, configuration options, sticky scrolling. Okay, so that's just the menu. Tool grouping. The maximum number of tools you can use for a single chat request is 128. You could quickly reach this limit by installing MCP servers with many tools, requiring you to select some tools in order to proceed. In this release of VS Code, we have enabled an experimental tool calling mode for when the number of tools exceeds the maximum limit. I feel like I don't want to be in this chair today. Azure DevOps repos, remote index support. Terminal inline chat completions now. Terminal inline chat now better detects your active shell even when working within subshells. This dynamic shell detection improves the accuracy of inline chat responses by providing more relevant command and suggestions. He needs to go back to bed. Edit previous request for a new request. Okay, that's good. I think inline is the one that they're talking about. Why is he screaming? Inline is the default. Math support in chat. Chats now have initial support for rendering mathematical equations and responses. Interesting. Okay. Let me see. I'm listening to a lot of screaming in the background. I'll be right back. I need to get warmed up. I have to get work done today. All right, we'll try. I can't really complain. Like, life is a challenge always, but let's get in there. Try not to embody my stress. How's it going though? Here, let me put this back up here. I feel like when, I don't know, I guess whatever I can't see, you can't see the chat on both sides. Okay, anyways. I need to redo my office in some type of way. I don't know what that way would be. But I feel like it'll make me feel better. Like, I hate being in here right now. It's very first world problem. I be complaining about certain stuff, but it's just I need everything organized the right way. Now that I'm back in my office, I feel like I will definitely get it there. But like this chair situation is not really doing it for me today. The tilt lock is broke on my chair. So I can like tilt it back. I need it to like be tilted back a little bit so I can sit cross leg, but it's gonna it's not gonna stay. Oh yeah. Like I actually am at the point where I'm like I need a new chair. For sure. My back hurts. So like it's hard to get into the zone when your environment is not conducive. Chat. What is proposed APIs? I feel like being on some more mellow music also today. I don't know if this other one works. It's old. It's an old Moobert link. But yeah, like I would feel 1,000 times better if I could just fold my legs right now. Then my other chair, like I have counter height chairs. One of those is back here, but it doesn't have arms on it, so it's not really made for me to be sitting in long term either. That's okay. I'll get through it. I'll get through it. But in the meantime, so yeah, I need to understand the difference between the responses API and how the chat completions works. Um, I want to read through this migration guide because I think that's a good place to start. And I also need to find the actual article. Let's see where we at on YouTube right now. Switch. Here. Okay, so go to my history. It was this video right here that I saw from Vector Lab. They didn't link the article. I want to find. It's called Responses API. So, also, what's the pricing points on these? OpenAI responses API. Reference documentation migration. Here's the introduction. Wait. Oh, blog posts. That's what I was looking for. Post. And then I want to click this button. Why? I can chat right here. Okay, that's interesting. Not get distracted. Okay, I want to read the blog post first. Then I want to look at the migration guide because this is like a quick overview, and I think it'll compare the two for me. Then I can look at the full chat completions. Like, no wait, not chat completions. Then I can look at the responses. Where are my responses? Reference. Is it gonna take me all the way through? Okay, yeah, it does. Good. What happened to my stream? Oh, I must have did that. Sometimes I do that when I forget and I unplug my keyboard. All right, so that's my plan. All right, I got blog. I got the migration guide, and then this is. Why do I keep going to chat completions? I want to go to responses next. There we go. Okay. And I'm hungry, so at some point I'm gonna figure out what I want to eat. But my brain wasn't processing it too well. All right. Oops, I didn't mean to change the music. Shoot, darn it. Which one was it? That's not that one. Go to this one. Turn that one on. So good at life. So good at life. It's really good. Okay. I think Justice settled in too. I told him go get some go get some cars. This boy was tripping. All right. I just wish that all these I guess that's fine. Okay, so I did realize, well, I guess maybe I didn't think I would need this because it's more about agentic builds. However, I realized that like OpenAI was using this almost eventually to replace the old chat completions integration. So definitely don't want to skip over it at this point. It's a project that I literally just started building, and we need some agentic features anyway. So I feel like I'll be killing two birds with one stone, but I definitely don't want to end up in a situation where the old integration is deprecated anytime soon. Okay. Today we're releasing the first set of building blocks that will help developers and enterprises build useful and reliable agents. We view agents as systems that independently accomplish tasks on behalf of users. Over the past year, we've introduced. Can I get rid of that? Okay. Over the past year, we've introduced new model capabilities such as advanced reasoning, multimodal interactions, and new safety techniques that have laid the foundation for our models to handle the complex multi-step tasks required to build agents. Reasoning, multimodal interaction, safety. Okay. However, customers have shared that turning these capabilities into production-ready agents can be challenging, often requiring extensive prompt iteration and custom orchestration logic without sufficient visibility or built-in support. To address these challenges, we're launching a new set of APIs and tools specifically designed to simplify the development of agentic applications. The new Responses API, combining the simplicity of the Chat Completions API with the tool use capabilities of the Assistance API for building agents. The simplicity of chat completions and the tool capabilities of Assistance. Okay. Built-in tools including web search, file search, and computer use. Interesting. Like we supposed to be on this whole agent build right now anyway, so this is just good timing. The new Agents SDK to orchestrate single agent and multi-agent workflows. They have their Agents SDK, and Google also Google Agent Development Kit. That's what they call it. There's an ADK, the Agent Development Kit. This is another one that I want to get into. Okay, go back. Let's see. All right, so basically combines chat completions and Assistance API. We have built-in web search, file search, and computer use, which is good. Those are all like next level tooling, and then or at least just to get it out of the box. Then new Agents SDK to orchestrate single agent and multi-agent workflows. Okay, so we have the SDK for coordinating the agents or orchestration amongst the agents. Integrated observability tools to trace and inspect agent workflow execution. Oh, y'all have this is in the dashboard now. Okay, all right, I'm here for it. These new tools streamline core agent logic, orchestration, and interactions, making it significantly easier for developers to get started with building agents. Over the coming weeks and months, we plan to release additional tools and capabilities to further simplify and accelerate building agentic applications on our platform. Introducing the Responses API. The Responses API is our new API primitive for leveraging OpenAI's built-in tools to build agents. It combines the simplicity of chat completions with the tool use capabilities of the Assistance API. As model capabilities continue to evolve, we believe the Responses API will provide a more flexible foundation for developers building agentic applications. With a single Responses API call, developers will be able to solve increasingly complex tasks using multiple tools and model turns. Yes. This is exactly what I need right now. To start, the Responses API will support new built-in tools like web search, file search, and computer use. These tools are designed to work together to connect models to the real world, making them more useful in completing tasks. It also brings with it several usability improvements, including a unified item-based design, simpler polymorphism, intuitive streaming events, and SDK helpers like response.output text to easily access the model's text output. Oh yeah, I like the helpers. You don't have to do a whole bunch of crazy navigation through the response object. What are you planning to use this for? I have a client app that I'm building right now. We need some agentic features. More complex workflow than just a standard like LLM integration. Let me see. The Responses API is designed for developers who want to easily combine OpenAI models and built-in tools into their apps. Without the complexity of integrating multiple APIs or external vendors. The API also makes it easier to store data on OpenAI so developers can evaluate agent performance using features such as tracing and evaluations. As a reminder, we do not train our models on business data by default. Even when the data is stored on OpenAI, the API is available to all developers starting today. It is not charged separately. Tokens and tools are billed at standard rates based off the original pricing, and there's a quick start guide. What this means for existing APIs, yes, let's talk about chat completions. Chat completions remains our most widely adopted API, and we're fully committed to supporting it with new models and capabilities. Developers who don't require built-in tools can confidently continue using chat completions. We'll keep releasing new models to chat completions whenever their capabilities don't depend on built-in tools or multiple model calls. However, the Responses API is a superset of chat completions with the same great performance. So for new integrations, we recommend starting with Responses API. Assistance API. Based on developer feedback from the Assistance API beta, we've incorporated new improvements into the Responses API, making it more flexible, faster, and easier to use. We're working to achieve full feature parity between the Assistance and the Responses API, including support for assistant-like and thread-like objects and the code interpreter tool. Once this is complete, we plan to formally announce the deprecation of the Assistance API with a target sunset in mid 2026. So I think that's what I got confused with. For sure, Assistance API is getting deprecated, but likely completions is going to get deprecated too, realistically, because they'll give it a longer runway, but they're probably going to just get rid of this altogether eventually, especially if they're saying, hey, if you're starting with a new integration, just use responses. That's a telltale sign. But assistance is redundant at this point, or it will be. What's wrong, baby? Hold on. Here, come under there. Come on. Ugh. Big butt. Are you cozy? Getting nice and comfy? No. Yes. Why are you taking the mic? What? What are you trying to say? Say hi. Say hello. How's it going? You want to get in the car? No. Not right now, though. Don't dig in your nose. Sir. We're not getting in the car right now, okay? That's all you want to talk about? Uh-oh. You hear the siren? Be careful. Okay. Um. Yeah, so they already have timeline to deprecate this. So no real reason. Well, I guess they haven't fully incorporated. It doesn't seem like they fully got rid of. Oh, excuse me. The all the features might not exist yet. Yeah, they're not quite at feature parity, but it will be soon. Did it say wait mid 2026? So like less than a year. Okay. Introducing built-in tools in the Responses API. Web search. Developers can now get fast, up-to-date answers with clear and relevant citations from the web. In the Responses API, web search is available as a tool when using GPT 4.0 and GPT 4.0 Mini and can be paired with other tools or function calls, which is nice. I think I'm using 4.0 Mini right now. But I have to look and see what the newer features are or what the newer models are that it might be compatible with. Web search. So you do OpenAI.responses, create a response. model tools. It's called web search preview. Is that what it's called right now? What was a positive news story that happened today? Okay. Response to output text. So this is using the SDK, right? I don't think that's just the core API. Let's see. During early testing, we've seen developers build with web search for a variety of use cases, including shopping assistants, research agents, and travel booking agents. Any application that requires timely information from the web. For example, Hebia, I guess, leverages the web search tool to help asset managers, private equity, and credit firms. Um, Asset managers, private equity and credit firms, and law practices quickly extract actionable insights from extensive public and private data sets. Okay. By integrating real time search capabilities into their research workflows, Hebia delivers richer, context specific market intelligence and continuously improves the precision and relevance of their analyses, outperforming current benchmarks. Web search in the API is powered by the same model used for ChatGPT search. On Simple QA, a benchmark that evaluates the accuracy of LLMs in answering short factual questions, GPT 4.0 Search Preview and GPT 4.0 Mini Search Preview score 90% and 88% respectively. Okay. Simple QA. It's their own. It's their own benchmark. I wanted to see where some other non-OpenAI models performed. Okay. Ba, ba, ba. 4.0 and 4.0 mini. And this is like older, so I had to see if there's an update. Let's see. Responses generated with web search in the API include links to sources such as news articles and blog posts, giving users a way to learn more. With these clear inline citations, users can engage with information in a new way, while content owners gain new opportunities to reach a broader audience. Any website or publisher can choose to appear in web search. How does that work? So is it not crawling by default? OpenAI uses web crawlers and user. Hey, calm down. You seem like you so tired. OpenAI, just Justice. Stop. What are you doing? What you going through? You stressed out? Okay. OpenAI uses web crawlers and user agents to perform actions for its products, either automatically or triggered by user request. OpenAI uses the following robots to tags to enable webmasters to manage how their sites and content work with AI. Each setting is independent of the others. For example, a webmaster can allow OAI search bot to appear in search results, while disallowing GPT bot. Oh, okay. um, Webmaster can allow OAI search bot to appear in search results while disallowing GPT bot to indicate that crawled content should not be used for training OpenAI's generative AI foundation models. I have to say that I don't want you to. Okay. For search results, please note it can take 24 hours from a site's robots.txt update for our systems to adjust. Interesting. OAI SearchBot is for search. OAI SearchBot is used to link to and surface websites in search results for ChatGPT search features. It is not used to crawl content to train OAI generative AI foundation models. To help ensure your site appears in search results, we recommend allowing OAI SearchBot in your site's robots.txt file and allowing requests from our published IP ranges below. Full user agent string will contain OAI-SearchBot/1.0. Okay. Interesting. ChatGPT user is for user actions in ChatGPT and custom GPTs. When user Babe. What's happening? What are you doing? I don't understand toddlers. This why you got booted out early. Hey. That's why you got booted, okay? You ready to go back to bed? Okay, quit acting out. ChatGPT users for user actions in ChatGPT and custom GPTs. When users ask ChatGPT or a custom GPT a question, it may visit a web page with a ChatGPT user agent. ChatGPT users may also interact with external applications. Wait, what? ChatGPT users may also interact with external applications via GPT actions. ChatGPT user is not used for crawling the web in an automatic fashion nor to crawl content for generative AI. Interesting. GPT bot is used to make our AI foundation models more useful and safe. It is used to crawl content that may be used in training. Disallowing GPT bot indicates a site's content should not be used in training generative AI foundation models. It's kind of weird, this interaction between these two. This is for ChatGPT based search. What are you doing? Look what you're doing. If you come up here, you gotta do work. That's how I feel. Come on. Don't step on my backpack. Chill out. We trying to do some work, okay? Where's my footrest? Here. Hold on. I unplugged the phone or the camera, so I don't know how long that's gonna last. It's on 80% right now. Baby. Okay, can I have this back? All right, that was a little graphic, baby. Where's your house shoes? All right, quit it. Why do I have to get like attacked? I don't understand. Leave my stuff alone. You got to go in your room. Responses generated with web search and API include links to sources such as articles and blog posts, giving users a way to learn more. The web search tool is available to all developers in preview in the Responses API. We're also giving developers direct access to our fine-tuned search models in the Chat Completions API via GPT-4o Search Preview and GPT-4o Mini Search Preview. Pricing starts respectively at $30 and $25 per 1,000 queries for GPT-4o Search and 4o Mini Search respectively. Damn it. I need to look at the web search is available to all developers in Responses. Direct access to the fine-tuned search models in Chat Completions. Let me see this. Y'all confusing me on the pricing. It said 4o Mini Search Preview is a different model. Why are you sitting on my printer? Gone. 4o. Baby, please. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You stressing me out. Hi. You're just trying to get back up here so you can get right back down. That's crazy. Sit still. Let's do some work. Look at all these numbers. What numbers you see up here? What you see? What's that? You see it over there? You see yourself? You just want to see yourself. That's it. Stop, boy. Oh, I forgot to put my watch back on. Hold on. Sir. Stop. Okay, then. Cut it out. Oh, boy. Stop it. Get some help. Because, like, how... Hey. 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 Goofy. You are a terrible coworker. Stop. You're gonna break my headphones. Then you're gonna have to get a job. Yeah. You wanna get a job? Quit. Please stop. Hey, look what you're doing. Stop. Are you getting down? Next time you going to your domain, okay? Sit down. Sit down. Can you stop, please? Let me look at it like this. Justice. Bye. Pick that up. Pick this up. Let me see. I don't want you to give me nothing else off my own desk. You harassing me. Let me see. Mini search preview. That's for a mini search. Oh, here it is. Search preview and mini search preview. I feel like I didn't see search preview in the. Give me my book. Give me my book. Wait. Leave my stuff alone. You ready to go in your room and lay down? Nap time? No. It seems like it. I didn't see that one in the pricing. $2.50 to $10. Input and output. Per what? Per request? Why are they? Okay, go back to the pricing again. Maybe I'm tripping. It's GPT-4 4.0 mini. Oh, it is 4.0 search. Yeah, it's not on here. Oh, here it is. 4.0 search preview. Oh, I'm so slow. They right here next to each other. I need help. Per what? 1,000. I thought it's like million tokens on here. Yeah, per million tokens. So 4.0. It costs the same. 4.0 and 4.0. No, it's a little bit more. No, it's the same. $2.50 and $10. Okay, and mini is 15 cents and 60 cents. A mini search preview. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, so I might upgrade to those models. Wait, The web search tool is available to all developers in preview in the Responses API. We're also giving developers direct access to our fine-tuned search models and chat completions API via 4.0 search preview and 4.0 mini search preview. Pricing starts respectively at $30 and $25 per 1,000 queries. File search. Developers can now easily retrieve relevant information from large volumes of documents using the improved file search tool. With support for multiple file types, query optimization, metadata filtering, and custom re-ranking, we can deliver fast, accurate search results. And again, with the responses API, it only takes a few lines of code to integrate. Ooh, vector store. I could do vector search. Ooh. OpenAI.vectorstores.create. Name, product documentation, file IDs. Product documentation, these are IDs. And then type file search, vector store IDs, product docs.id. Tools. What is deep research by OpenAI? The file search tool can be used for a variety of real world use cases, including enabling a customer support agent to easily access FAQs, helping a legal assistant to quickly reference past cases for a qualified professional, and assisting a coding agent to query technical documentation. For example, Navan uses file search in its AI powered travel agent to quickly provide their users with precise answers from knowledge based articles, like their company's travel policy. With built in query optimization and re ranking, they are able to set up a powerful RAG pipeline without extra tuning or configuration. With dedicated vector stores for each user group, Navan is able to tailor answers to individual account settings, each user group, and user roles. Navan is able to tailor answers to individual account settings and user roles, saving time for customers and their staff while helping provide accurate, personalized support. This tool is available in the Responses API to all developers. Usage is priced at $250 per 1,000 queries, and file storage at 10 cents per gigabyte per day, with the first gigabyte free. The tool continues to be available in the Assistance API. Finally, we've also added a new search endpoint to Vector Store API objects to directly query your data for use in other applications and APIs. Vector Store API. To build agents capable of completing tasks on a computer, developers can now use the computer use tool in the Responses API, powered by the same computer using agent model that enables Operator. This research preview model set a new state-of-the-art record, achieving 38.1% success on Osworld for full computer use tasks, 58.1% on Web Arena, and 87% on Web Voyager for web-based interactions. The built-in computer use tool captures mouse and keyboard actions generated by the model, making it possible for developers to automate computer use tasks by directly translating these actions into executable commands. Mouse and keyboard actions. Computer use preview. Computer use preview is the tool. Display with. Browser. Wait, so computer use versus web search. So web search just returns the results with links. Is that right? Yeah, it just returns text. Computer use is basically browser search or browser use. Developers can use the computer use tool to automate browser-based workflows like performing quality assurance on web apps or executing data entry tasks across legacy systems. Oh, I can automate app QA. That sounds fun. For example, Unify is a system of action for growing revenue that uses agents to identify intent, research accounts, and engage with buyers. Using OpenAI's computer use tool, Unified's agents can access information that was previously unreachable via APIs, such as enabling a property management company to verify through online maps if a business has expanded its real estate footprint. This research acts as a custom signal to trigger. This research acts as a custom signal to trigger personalized outreach, empowering go-to-market teams to engage buyers with precision and scale. As another example, Lumini integrated the computer use tool to automate complex operational workflows for large enterprises with legacy systems that lack API availability and standardized data. In a recent pilot with a major community service organization, Lumini automated the application processing and user enrollment process in just days, something traditional robotic process automation struggled to achieve after months of effort. Computer use, what's it called? Computer use agent? Computer using agent. Computer using agent. Before launching Computer Using Agent in Operator last year, we conducted extensive safety testing and red teaming addressing three key areas of risk: misuse, model areas, and frontier risks. To address risks associated with expanding operators' capabilities, the local operating systems through KUA and the API. To local operating systems through KUA and the API, we performed additional safety evaluations and red teaming. We also added mitigations for developers, including safety checks to guard against prompt injections, confirmation prompts for sensitive tasks, tools to help developers isolate their environment, and enhanced detection of potential policy violations. While these mitigations help reduce risk, the model is still susceptible to inadvertent mistakes, especially in non-browser environments. For example, KUA's performance on OS World, a benchmark designed to measure the performance of AI agents on real-world tasks, is currently at 38.1%, indicating that the model is not yet highly reliable for automating tasks on operating systems. Human oversight is recommended in these scenarios. More details about our API-specific safety work can be found in our updated system card. Starting today, the computer use tool is available as a research preview in the responses API for select developers. Select developers in usage tiers 3 through 5. Usage is priced at 3. Baby. What? $3 per 1 million input and $12 per 1 million output tokens. Can you get down? Get off my desk. Learn more in our docs and check out the sample application illustrating how to build with this tool. All right, Agents SDK. In addition to building the core logic of agents and giving them access to tools so they are useful, developers also need to orchestrate agentic workflows. Our new open source Agents SDK simplifies orchestrating multi-agent workflows and offers significant improvements over Swarm, an experimental SDK we released last year that was widely adopted by the developer community and successfully deployed by multiple customers. Sir, you tangled up in the cord and you barely up here. You happy? Oh yeah, you did all this and you left it over there. What? Quit. Leave my stuff alone. What'd I say? Okay. Agents easily configure Oh, agents. Easily configurable LLMs with clear instructions and built-in tools. Handoffs intelligently transfer control between agents. Hey. Yeah, you got yourself stuck. Guardrails. Configurable safety checks for input and output validation. Stop. Tracing and observability. Visualize agent execution traces to debug and optimize performance. Let's see. Submit a refund request. That's a function. Support agent is an agent. Shopping agent is an agent. So what is this? Won't automatically give you. Here, get up. Go ahead. Bye bye. See you. Give me a hug. See you. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. Okay, let me see. I'm going to finish reading all of this. Justice, leave my chair alone. Can you leave my chair alone? Stop. Imagine actually wanting to get some work done. All right, so you have agents, which are configurable LLMs with clear instructions and built-in tools. Handoffs intelligently transfer control between agents. Guardrails, configurable safety checks for input and output validation, and then tracing and observability. Visualize agent execution traces to debug and optimize performance. This looks very similar to Quick Start. This is in Python. You write the agent in there. The tools have to be written with the. This don't even look. That's what I was looking for. Did it confirm whenever it was about to pay? I thought it would have confirmed before that, right before checkout. Agents SDK is suitable for various real world applications, including customer support automation, multi step research, content generation, code review, and sales prospecting. For instance, Codebase used the Agents SDK to quickly prototype and deploy AgentKit, a toolkit enabling AI agents to interact seamlessly with crypto wallets and various on chain activities. In just a few hours, Coinbase integrated custom actions from their developer platform SDK into a fully functional agent. AgentKit streamlines architecture, simplified the process of adding new agent actions, letting developers focus more on meaningful integrations and less on navigating complex agent setups. In a couple of days, Box was able to quickly create agents that leverage web search and the Agents SDK to enable enterprises to search, query, and extract insights from unstructured data stored within Box and public internet sources. This approach allows customers to not only access the latest information but also search their internal proprietary data in a safe and secure way that obeys their internal permissions and security policies. For example, a financial services firm can build a custom agent that calls on a Box AI agent to integrate their internal market analysis stored in Box with real-time news and economic data from the web, providing their analysts with a comprehensive view for investment decisions. The Agents SDK works with the Responses API and Chat Completions API. The SDK will also work with models from other providers as long as they provide a chat completion style API endpoint. Developers can immediately integrate it into their Python code bases with Node.js support coming soon. In designing the Agents SDK, our team was inspired. Wait, hold on. I need that node. Okay, we got TypeScript. In designing the Agents SDK, our team was inspired by the excellent work of others, including Pydantic, Griff, and MK Docs. We're committed to continue to build the Agents SDK as an open source framework so others in the community can expand on our approach. All right. What's next? Building the platform for agents. We believe agents will soon become integral to the workforce, significantly enhancing productivity across industries. As companies increasingly seek to leverage AI for complex tasks, we're committed to providing the building blocks that enable developers and enterprises to effectively create autonomous systems that deliver real world impact. What, baby? with the muscle. That was uncomfortable. All right. Let's see. Do what I want you to do. Okay. We believe agents will soon become integral to the workforce, significantly enhancing productivity across industries. As companies increasingly seek to leverage AI for complex tasks, we're committed to providing the building blocks that enable developers and enterprises to effectively create autonomous systems that deliver real world impacts. With today's releases, we're introducing the first building blocks to empower developers and enterprises to more easily build, deploy, and scale reliable, high performing AI agents. As model capabilities become more and more agentic, we'll continue investing in deeper integrations across our APIs and new tools to help deploy, evaluate, and optimize agents in production. Our goal is to give developers a seamless platform experience for building agents that can help with a variety of tasks across any industry. We're excited to see what developers build next. To get started, explore our docs. Oh, I could have just watched the video. I knew there was a video. How about I'm gonna pull this out. I'll probably let them talk in the background. Play. Hello? There we go.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin. Today we're here to talk developers. In particular, we're
Why is it echoing?
excited to launch a
computer use tool.
I often ask ChatGPT this question.
Oh wait, am I monitoring my screen? Hold on. Monitor off. That's why. All right, go back. I'm gonna let them talk in the background.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin and I lead product at OpenAI. Today we're here to talk developers and agents. And in particular, we're excited to launch a bunch of new tools that make it easy for developers to build reliable and useful agents. Now, when we say agent, we mean a system that can act independently to do tasks on your behalf. And we've launched 2 agents this year in ChatGPT. The first is Operator, which can browse the web and do things for you on the web. The second is Deep Research, which can create detailed reports for you on any topic you want. So you give it a topic, and it can go off and do what might be a week's worth of research for you and come back with an answer in 15 minutes. The feedback for those has been fantastic. But we want to now launch those tools and more in the API to developers. So we've spent the last couple months going around talking to developers all over the world about how we can make it easy for them to build agents.
Wait, I don't want to lose this.
What we've heard is that the models are ready. So with advanced reasoning, with multimodal understanding, our models can now do the kind of complex multi-step workflows that agents need. But on the other hand, developers feel like they're having to cobble together different low-level APIs from different sources. It's difficult, it's slow, it often feels brittle. So today we're really excited to bring that together into a series of tools, and a new API and an open source SDK to make this a lot easier. So with that, let me introduce the team.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ilan. I'm an engineer on the developer experience team.
I'm Steve. I'm an engineer on the API team.
And I'm Nikunj. I work on the API product team. So let's dive into all the stuff that we are launching today. Like Kevin mentioned, we have 3 new built-in tools. We have a new API and an open source SDK. Starting off with the built-in tools, the first tool that we're announcing today is called the Web Search.
JavaScript and Python mostly. Let me see. I need like I need like 115, 175.
Tool. The web search tool allows our models to access information from the internet so that your responses.
All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin, and I lead product at OpenAI. Today we're here to talk developers and agents. And in particular, we're excited to launch a bunch of new tools that make it easy for developers to build reliable and useful agents. Now, when we say agent, we mean a system that can act independently to do tasks on your behalf. And we've launched 2 agents this year in ChatGPT. The first is Operator, which can browse the web and do things for you on the web. The second is Deep Research, which can create detailed reports for you on any topic you want. So you give it a topic, and it can go off and do what might be a week's worth of research for you and come back with an answer in 15 minutes. Now, the feedback for those has been fantastic. But we want to now launch those tools and more in the API to developers. So we spent the last couple months going around talking to developers all over the world about how we can make it easy for them to build agents. And what we've heard is that the models are ready. So with advanced reasoning, with multimodal understanding, our models can now do the kind of complex multi-step workflows that agents need. But on the other hand, developers feel like they're having to cobble together different low-level APIs from different sources. It's difficult, it's slow, it often feels brittle. So today we're really excited to bring that together into a series of tools and a new API and an open source SDK to make this a lot easier. So with that, let me introduce the team.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ilan. I'm an engineer on the developer experience team.
I'm Steve. I'm an engineer on the API team.
And I'm Nikunj. I work on the API product team. So let's dive into all the stuff that we're launching today. Like Kevin mentioned, we have 3 new built-in tools. We have a new API and an open source SDK. Starting off with the built-in tools, the first tool that we're announcing today is called the web search tool. The web search tool allows our models to access information from the internet so that your responses and the output that you get is up-to-date and factual. The web search tool is the same tool that powers ChatGPT search, and it's powered by a fine-tuned model under the hood. So this is the fine-tuned GPT 4o or 4o mini that is really good at looking at large amounts of data retrieved from the web, finding the relevant pieces of information, and then clearly citing it in its response.
So if you need if you need to get the, I'm still trying to make it make sense. So in chat completions, they use the fine-tuned model. Wait, say that. Let me listen to this. I need to understand the nuances between these two. It's bugging me.
And it's powered by a fine-tuned model under the hood. So this is the fine-tuned GPT 4o or 4o mini that is really good at looking at large amounts of data retrieved from the web, finding the relevant pieces of information, and then clearly citing it in its response. In a benchmark that measures these type of things, which is called simple.
Okay, so if I'm doing responses API, search is a tool. If I'm doing completions, then I use the fine-tuned model directly. Is that how that works? Did I leave that page open? I gotta make that make sense in my head for my own sanity. Pretty sure that's what they were trying to say. Yeah, fine-tune. GPT 4o Mini Search Preview is a specialized model trained to understand and execute web search queries with the Chat Completions API. Right, and if you use responses, then you use the web search tool. Did it say use web search with 4o and 4o Mini though? Let me see. Computer use. Web search. Responses. Chat completions. Okay. In the responses API, web search is available as a tool when using GPT 4o and GPT 4o Mini. I think, which one am I using? I think I'm using 4o Mini. So that also lets me know not to change my model. Wait, I don't know. I gotta double check. Let's go to responses real quick. Where is this responses documentation? That's completions. This is responses. Web search. is it still only? So I go to responses and I go to web search. Create some model response. Boop, boop, boop. Web search tool. That's what I want to see. GPT-5. Output and citations. User location. Usage notes. Web search is currently not supported in GPT-4.1 Nano. GPT-4 search preview and 4 mini search preview models using chat completions only support a subset of API parameters. When used as a tool in the responses API, web search has the same tier rate limits as the models above. Web search is limited to a context window size of 128,000. Y'all not telling me which models I can use it with though. What is it, honey? What? You want a sandwich now? Okay, here I come. Calendar. All right, let me see. I'll be right back. Yeah, you ready? Let's go. Take that with you. Take that with you. Let me do something real quick. Could have just did this on another screen. I'm slow. Let's see, this might take forever to take. Not there. I got one over here. I want to go here and go here. What do I want to do? I want this page. I need to close everything that's over here. None of that stuff. Camera won't die on me. I need to get my heating pad, but that's just gonna be too much going on. All right. Let me see. I might as well put this on like normal. Mute this real fast. I think I got the tab muted right now.
To upload, chunk, embed their documents, and then RAG really easily over those documents.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin and I lead product at OpenAI. Today we're here to talk developers and agents. And in particular, we're excited to launch a bunch of new tools that make it easy for developers to build reliable and useful agents. Now, when we say agent, we mean a system that can act independently. And we've launched 2 agents this year in ChatGPT. The first is Operator, which can browse the web and do things for you on the web. The second is Deep Research, which can create detailed reports for you on any topic you want. So you give it a topic, and it can go off and do what might be a week's worth of research for you and come back with an answer in 15 minutes. Now, the feedback for those has been fantastic, but we want to now launch those tools and more in the API to developers. So we've spent the last couple months going around talking to developers all over the world about how we can make it easy for them to build agents. And what we've heard is that the models are ready. So with advanced reasoning, with multimodal understanding, our models can now do the kind of complex multi-step workflows that agents need. But on the other hand, developers feel like they're having to cobble together different low-level APIs from different sources. It's difficult, it's slow, it often feels brittle. So today we're really excited to bring that together into a series of tools and a new API and an open source SDK to make this a lot easier. So with that, let me introduce the team.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ilan. I'm an engineer on the developer experience team.
I'm Steve. I'm an engineer on the API team.
And I'm Nikunj. I work on the API product team. So let's dive into all the stuff that we are launching today. Like Kevin mentioned, we have 3 new built-in tools. We have a new API and an open source SDK. Starting off with the built-in tools, the first tool that we're announcing today is called the Web Search tool. The Web Search tool allows our models to access information from the internet so that your responses and the output that you get is up-to-date and factual. The Web Search tool is the same tool that powers ChatGPT Search, and it's powered by a fine-tuned model under the hood. So this is the fine-tuned GPT-4o or 4o mini that is really good at looking at large amounts of data retrieved from the web, finding the relevant pieces of information, and then clearly citing it in its response. In a benchmark that measures these type of things, which is called Simple QA, you can see that GPT-4o hits a high score of state-of-the-art score of 90%. So that's the first tool. Steve, do you want to tell us about the second one?
Yeah, the second tool is actually my favorite tool, and this is the file search tool. Now, we launched the file search tool last year in the Assistance API as a way for developers to upload, chunk, embed their documents, and then RAG really easily over those documents. Now, we're really excited to be launching 2 new features in the file search tool today. The first is metadata filtering. So with metadata filtering, you can add attributes to your files to be able to easily filter them down to just the ones that are the most relevant for your query. The second is a direct search endpoint. So now you can directly search your vector stores without your queries being filtered through the model first.
Nice. So you have web search for the public data, file search for the private data that you have. And then the third tool that we are launching is the computer use tool. The computer use tool is Operator in the API, but it allows you to control the computers that you are operating. So this could be a virtual machine, it could be a legacy application that just has a graphical user interface and you have no API access to it. If you want to automate those kind of tasks and build applications on that, you can use the computer use tool, which comes with the computer use model. So this is the same model that is used by Operator in ChatGPT. It has SOTA benchmarks on OS World, Web Arena, Web Voyager. Early user feedback on the Kua model and the tool has been super, super positive, so I'm really excited to see what all of you build with it. All right, so those are the 3 tools. And while we were building these tools and thinking of getting them out, we also wanted to take a first principles approach at designing the best API for these tools. We released chat completions, I think, in March 2023 alongside GPT 3.5 Turbo, and every single API interaction at that time was just text in and text out. Since then, we've introduced multimodality, so you have images, you have audio. We are introducing tools today, and you also have products like O1 Pro, Deep Research, Operator that make these multiple model turns and multiple tool calls behind the scenes. So we wanted to build an API primitive that is flexible enough. It supports multiple turns, it supports tools. And we're calling this new API the Responses API. And to show you the Responses API, I'm going to hand it over to Steve.
Cool. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Responses API. So if you've used chat completions before, this will look really familiar to you. You select some context, you pick a model, and you get a response.
It's pretty simple.
It's pretty simple. And it's always hilarious. So
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
So to demonstrate the power of the Responses API, we're going to be building sort of a personal stylist assistant. So let's start off by giving it some instructions. You are a personal stylist.
You're only typing in front of like 50,000 people right now. Don't worry about it.
Cool. And then we'll say, we'll get rid of this, and we'll say, what are some of the latest trends?
Jokes in the context.
The joke is in the context. Let's see what it says. Okay, cool. Okay. Great, but no personal stylist assistant is complete unless it understands what its users like. So in order to demonstrate this, we've created a vector store that has some like some entries, almost some diary entries of what people on the team have been wearing. We've kind of been.
That's not weird at all.
It's not weird at all. I would just let it happen. We've kind of been following people around the office and kind of like understanding what they've been up to. So yeah. There's a team on it. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and add the file search tool, and I'll copy in my vector store ID. And here I can actually filter down the files in this vector store to just the ones that are relevant to the person that we want to style. So in this case, let's start with Ilan. We'll go ahead and filter down to his.
I knew he was about to be the demo. That's
and
jacked
we'll
up.
Come back here.
Don't do your coworkers like this.
And we'll say, can you briefly summarize what Ilan likes to wear?
I often ask ChatGPT this question.
Yeah, but it never knows, and now it can actually tell you what Ilan likes to wear.
Crisp white
cool. So
pants,
Ilan has a distinct and consistent style characterized by Miami chic. That's really awesome. So the file search tool is a great way to bring information about your users into your application. But in order to be able to create a really good application for this personal stylist, we want to be able to bring in fresh data from around the web so that we have both the newest information and also stuff that's really relevant to your users. So in order to demonstrate that, I'll add the web search tool. Cool. The web search tool is really great because you can also add data about like where your user is. So let's try with somebody else. Kevin, are you going to be taking any trips anytime soon?
Let's say Tokyo.
Okay, cool. Tokyo. So I'll put in Tokyo here, and we'll swap in Kevin. And the Responses API is really cool because it can do multiple things at once. It can call a file search tool, it can call the web search tool, and it can give you a final answer just in one API response. So in order to tell it exactly what we want, let's give it some instructions. And it'd be good if I knew how to code well. Great.
You say you're an engineer here.
Yeah, well, I'm in training. So what we want the model to do is when it's asked to recommend products, we want it to use the file search tool to understand what Kevin likes, and then use the web search tool to find a store near him where he can buy something that he might be interested in. So let's go back and say, find me a jacket that I would like nearby. And what the model will do is it will issue a file search tool call to understand what kinds of things Kevin likes to wear. And then it will issue a web search tool call to then go and find stuff that Kevin would like based on where he is. So the model was able to, just in the scope of one API call, find a bunch of Patagonia stores in Tokyo, which actually corresponds to Kevin's preferences. He's been wearing a lot of Patagonia around the office. So, but no personal stylist assistant would be complete unless it could actually go and make purchases on your behalf. So in order to do that, let's demonstrate the computer use tool. So we'll go ahead and add this. We're using the computer use preview model and the computer use preview tool. And we will ask, help me find my friend Kevin a new Patagonia jacket. What's your favorite color, Kevin?
Let's go with black.
Black. Can't have too many black Patagonia jackets. And what the model will do is it will ask us for a screenshot. And we have a Docker container running locally on this computer. And we will go ahead and send that screenshot to the model. It will look at the state of the computer and issue another action. Click, drag, move, type. And then we will execute that action, take another screenshot, send it back to the model, and then it will continue in this fashion until it feels that it's completed the task, and then return a final answer.
That's
so
creepy.
while this is kind of going and doing its thing, we'll hand it back to Nikunj.
Yeah, awesome. So these are some really cool tools and a really flexible API for you to build agents, and you have amazing building blocks to do that now. But for those of you who have built more complex applications, like say you're building a customer support agent, it's not always about just having one agent that's sort of the personal stylist. You also have some agentic application that's doing your refunds. You have another thing that's answering customer support, FAQ queries. You have something else that's dealing with orders and billing, etc. And to make these applications easy to build, we released an SDK last year called Swarm. And Swarm made it easy to do agent orchestration. This was supposed to be an experimental and educational thing, but so many of you took it to production anyway. So you're like forcing our hand over here. and so we've decided to take Swarm and make it production ready, add a bunch of new features, and we're going to be rebranding it to be called the Agents SDK. Ilan built Swarm and helped build it, so I'm going to hand it over to him to tell you more about how it works.
Yeah, thanks, Nikunj. Yeah, so in my time at OpenAI, I've spent a lot of time working with enterprises and builders to help them build out agentic experiences. And I've seen firsthand how pretty simple ideas can actually grow in complexity, like when you actually go to implement them. And so the idea with the Agents SDK is to keep simple ideas simple to implement while allowing you to build more complex and robust ideas still in a pretty straightforward and simple way. So let's take a look at what Steve had before in the demo, but implemented using the Agents SDK. It's going to look very similar at first. We have our agent defined here. We have some instructions. And we also have both of the tools, file search tool, web search tool, that we had before.
Is this using responses under the hood?
Yeah, so by default, this is using the responses API, but we actually support multiple vendors. Anything that really fits the chat completions shape can work with the Agents SDK.
Nice.
So during the practice runs, we actually accidentally ordered many Patagonias. So I'm sorry, we're gonna have to.
I don't understand. What's the problem?
We're helping you here. We want to return some of them, and so to do that, I could usually just add in a returns tool and add more to this prompt and get it to work. But the problem with that is you start to mix all of this business logic, which makes your agents a little bit harder to test. And so this is the power of multiple agents, is you can actually separate your concerns and develop and test them separately. So to do so, let's actually introduce an agent specifically to deal with this sorts of returns. So I'm gonna load mine in, and great. So we still have our agent from before, but you can see there's also this new agent, the customer support agent here. And I've defined a couple tools for it to use: the get past orders, and then submit refund request. And you might notice these are just regular Python functions, as this is actually a feature that people really loved in Swarm that we brought over to the Agents SDK, which is we'll take your Python functions and look at the type inference or look at the type signatures and then automatically generate the JSON schema that the models need to use to perform those function calls. And then once they do, we actually run the code and then return the results. So you can just define these functions as they are. Now, I've given them, now we have our two agents, right? We have the stylist agent and we have the customer support refunds agent. So how do we interact with both that the models need to use to perform functions and then submit refund request? And you might notice these are just regular Python functions, as this is actually a feature that people really loved in Swarm that we brought over to the Agents SDK, which is we'll take your Python functions and look at the type inference or look at the type signatures and then automatically generate the JSON schema that the models need to use to perform those function calls. And then once they do, we actually run the code and then return the results. So you can just define these functions as they are. Now, I've given them, now we have our two agents, right? We have the stylist agent and we have the customer support refunds agent. So how do we interact with both of them as a user? This is where the notion of handoffs come in. And a handoff is actually a pretty simple idea that's pretty powerful. And it's when you have one conversation where one agent is handling it, and then it hands it off to another, where you keep the entire conversation the same, but behind the scenes, you just swap out the instructions and the tools. And this gives you a way to triage conversations and load in the correct context for each part of the conversation. So what we've done here is created this triage agent that can hand off to the stylist agent or the customer support agent. So enough talking, let's actually see this in action. So I'm gonna save and do, I think we may have ordered one too many Patagonias. Can you help me return?
I don't understand.
I know, I'm so sorry. I can get you one later. So what just happened here is it started off by transferring, remember we're starting with the triage agent, to the customer support agent. And this is just a function call that I'll show you in a second. And then the customer support agent proactively called the get past orders function, where we can see all of Kevin's Patagonias. I think you'll be okay. Cool. So to actually see what happened behind the scenes, usually you might need to add some debugging statements by hand. But one of the things that the Agents SDK brings right out of the box is monitoring and tracing. So I'm going to go over to the tracing UI that we have on our platform to actually take a look what just happened. So these were some of the previous runs that we've had. I'm just refreshing the page. And we can see the last one. And this last one, you can actually see exactly what happened. It started with a triage agent, which we sent the request to, made a handoff, and then switched over to the customer support agent, which called the function. Now, we can see what the original input was. And handoffs are first-class objects in this dashboard. So you can see not only which agent we actually handed it off to, but any that it had as options that it did not, which is actually a really useful feature for debugging. Afterward, once we're in the customer support agent, you can see the get past orders function call with any input params. Here there were none. And then the output is just all of Kevin's very monotonous history. And then finally, we can get to the end where you get a response. And so these are some of the features that you get right out of the box with the Agents SDK. There's a few more. We also have built-in guardrails that you can enable. We have lifecycle events. And importantly, this is an open source framework. So we're going to keep building it out, and you can install it very soon or right now. So you can just do pip install OpenAI --agents, and we'll have one for the JavaScript coming soon. But to close this off, let's actually perform the refund. So you know what? I'm sorry, Kevin. Get rid of all of them.
Oh. What am I going to wear?
Kevin's going to be cold.
Yeah, let's see. It's a lot of them. There we go.
It takes a while to return so many categories.
Yeah.
And so what happens under the hood? How do you debug this? How do you understand more about what's going on?
Yeah, so that we can all do back in the tracing UI. So this is a pretty nice, straightforward way to build out these experiences. Yeah, Nikunj, I'll
awesome.
Pass it back to you.
I'm so excited for all of you to have access to all of these tools. And before we wrap up, I wanted to make two additional points. First, we've introduced the Responses API, but the Chat Completions API is not going away. We're going to continue supporting it with new models and capabilities. There will be certain capabilities that require built-in tool use, and there will be certain models and agentic products that we release in the future that will require them, and those will be available in Responses API only. Responses API features are a superset of what chat completion support. So whenever you decide to migrate over, it should be a pretty straightforward migration to you. And we hope you love the developer experience of responses because we put a lot of thought into that. The second point I wanted to make was around the Assistance API. We built the Assistance API based on all the great feedback that we got from all of our beta users. And we wouldn't be here without all the learnings that we had during the Assistance API phase. We are going to be adding more features to the Responses API so that it can support everything that the Assistance API can do. And once that happens, we'll be sharing a migration guide that makes it really easy for all of you to migrate your applications from Assistance to Responses without any loss of functionality or data. We'll give you ample time to move things over, and once we're done with that, we plan to sunset the Assistance API sometime in 2026. We'll be sharing a lot more details about this offline as well. But yeah, that's it for me. I'll hand it over to Kevin to wrap us up.
Awesome. Well, we're super excited to announce the Responses API and the idea that we can take a single powerful API and bring together a whole bunch of different tools, from reg and file search to web search to Kua and our operator computer use APIs. So, now, you can count on us to continue building powerful new models and bring more intelligence, to bring more powerful tools to help you build better agents. 2025 is going to be the year of the agent. It's the year that ChatGPT and our developer tools go from just answering questions to actually doing things for you out in the real world. We're super excited about that. We're just getting started. We know you are too, and we can't wait to see what you build.
Okay. I'm gonna put the last two live streams on because I need to catch up. But where is the tab?
Good morning. We have a banger for you today. We're going to launch ChatGPT Agent, but before jumping into that, I'd like to ask the team to introduce themselves, starting with Yash.
Hi, I'm Yash. I work on Agent team, and before that, I used to work on Operator.
Hi, I'm Zhiqing. I work on agents research, previously on deep research.
Hi, I'm Casey. I'm a researcher on agents, formerly Operator.
Hi, I'm Issa. I'm a researcher on Agent, formerly on Deep Research.
Y'all confused.
So we started launching agents earlier this year.
Hold on, turn this down.
We launched Deep Research, we launched Operator, and people were very excited about this. People could see that now AI was going off to do complex tasks for them. But it became clear to us that what people really wanted was for us to bring those capabilities and more together. People wanted a unified agent that could go off, use its own computer, and do real complex tasks for them, that could seamlessly transition from thinking about something to taking actions, to using lots of tools, using the terminal, clicking around the web, even producing things like spreadsheets and slides and much more. And people wanted to be able to do this over a long time horizon and sort of for universal tasks. So the team has been working super hard to bring that together.
All right, let me go back over here.
Today we have ChatGPT Agent. It's probably easier to show it to you than to keep talking about it. It is one of the feel the AGI moments for me to watch it work. So let's take a look.
Awesome. Thanks, Sam. Hello, everyone. Very excited to share ChatGPT Agent with everybody. And as Sam said, let's just dive right into the demo. Okay, so we are on ChatGPT, as we all know and love. And to turn on the agent mode, you just click the tools menu and select agent. You can also just type agent in the composer bar and it'll take you to agent mode. Edward and I have a wedding to go to later this year. It's for one of our mutual friends.
I'm gonna go to the GPT-5 update because I actually don't use ChatGPT. Let me see. I'm gonna come back to that later. What is this? Agents. Agents SDK.
Good morning. 32 months ago, we launched ChatGPT. And since then, it has become the default way that people use AI. In that first week, 1 million people tried it out. And we thought that was pretty incredible. But now, about 700 million people use ChatGPT every week and increasingly rely on it to work, to learn, for advice, to create, and much more. Today, finally, we're launching GPT-5. GPT-5 is a major upgrade over GPT-4 and a significant step along our path to AGI. Now, today, we're going to show you some incredible demos. We'll talk about some performance metrics. But the important point is this. We think you will love using GPT-5 much more than any previous AI. It is useful, it is smart, it is fast, and it's intuitive. GPT-3 was sort of like talking to a high school student. There were flashes of brilliance, lots of annoyance, but people started to use it and get some value out of it. With GPT-4, maybe it was like talking to a college student. Real intelligence, real utility. But with GPT-5, now it's like talking to an expert, a legitimate PhD level expert in anything, any area you need, on demand, that can help you with whatever your goals are. And we are very excited that you'll get to try this. But it's not only asking now. GPT-5 can also do stuff for you. It can write an entire computer program from scratch to help you with whatever you'd like. And we think this idea of software on demand is going to be one of the defining characteristics of the GPT-5 era. It can help you plan a party, send invitations, order supplies. It can help you understand your healthcare and make decisions on your journey. It can provide you information to learn about any topic you'd like, and much more. This is an incredible superpower on demand that would have been unimaginable at any previous time in history. You get access to an entire team of PhD-level experts in your pocket, helping you with whatever you want to do. And anyone, pretty soon, will be able to do more than anyone in history could. So today, we're going to talk about GPT-5. We'll show you some upgrades to ChatGPT, and we'll talk about the API. GPT-5 is great for a lot of things, but we think it's going to be an especially important moment for businesses and developers, and we're very excited to see what they're going to build with this new technology. So we can't wait for you all to start building with this. We hope you enjoy it as much as we enjoyed building it for you. And to start, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Mark, our Chief Research Officer, to tell you about GPT-5. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mark, and I'm joined by Max, who leads the post-training team, and Renee from our engineering team. Over the past few years, OpenAI has spearheaded the reasoning paradigm. These are models which pause to think before delivering more intelligent responses. Now, reasoning is at the heart of our AGI program, and it underlies the technology that we use to ship stuff like ChatGPT Agent and deep research. GPT-5 aims to bring this breakthrough to everyone. Until now, our users have had to pick between the fast responses of standard GPTs or the slow, more thoughtful responses from our reasoning models. But GPT-5, it eliminates this choice. It aims to think just the perfect amount to give you the perfect answer. Now, something like this takes a lot of hard work. We've had to do a lot of research to make GPT-5 the most powerful, the most smart, the fastest, the most reliable, and the most robust reasoning model that we've shipped to date. Today, we're going to show a series of demos in coding, in writing, in learning, and in health. But GPT-5 isn't limited to these domains. It's very useful in all cases where you require deep reasoning or expert level knowledge in things like math, in physics, even in things like law. And the exciting thing is we're excited to make this available to everyone, even to our free tier. After we show our demos, we're going to be talking about how GPT-5 supercharges our ChatGPT app and our API. We believe that GPT-5 is the best coding model on the market today. To start, let's have Max talk a little bit about the benchmarks and how the models stack up.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So as Mark said, we think GPT-5 is by far our smartest model ever. So let's start by talking through some evals. Now, evals aren't everything, and they don't tell you everything about a model, but they can highlight its intelligence. And GPT-5 performs exceptionally well on a range of academic evals across subjects. It outperforms both our previous models and other models on the market. So picking up first on the theme of coding, GPT-5 sets a new high on SWE-bench, which is an academic eval that tracks performance on real software engineering tasks. Now, this again is an eval, but we think it will reflect the model's performance in the real world. GPT-5 also performs very well on Aider Polyglot, which measures its ability to implement complex functionality in a variety of different programming languages. Now, beyond coding, GPT-5 performs exceptionally well at multimodal reasoning, setting a new high on MMMU, actually outperforming both our previous models and most human experts on this task. This is basically a visual reasoning domain where you are asked to, from an image, figure out what's going on. GPT-5 is also excellent at mathematical reasoning, as shown by its performance on AMY 2025. Now, this is an exam that American high school students take to qualify for the International Mathematical Olympiad, and GPT-5 performs exceptionally well, again, beating our previous models and other models that are out there. Now, moving beyond academic evals and more towards some real-world use cases, we put a lot of work into making GPT-5 the most reliable and accurate model in the world. Language models historically have been plagued by hallucinations, factual errors, that make it hard to rely on their outputs for actually important tasks. For GPT-5, we made improving factuality, especially on open-ended or complex questions, a priority. We also built a set of new evals to track this, and we're very happy to report that GPT-5 is by far our most reliable, most factual model ever. GPT-5 also performs exceptionally well on health-related questions. Now, health is a big part of how people get value from ChatGPT in the real world. We'll talk about this later on in the live stream. But again, we're very happy to report that GPT-5 is by far our most reliable model for health yet. So all of this together adds up to a model that is faster, more reliable, and more accurate for everyone who uses ChatGPT. So now Rennie will talk to you about how to actually use GPT-5.
Thanks, Max. The best part is that we're bringing this frontier intelligence to all users. GPT-5 is rolling out today for free plus pro and team users, and next week we'll roll it out to enterprise and EDU. For the first time, our most advanced model will be available to the free tier. Free users will start with GPT-5, and when they hit their limit, they'll transition to GPT-5 Mini, a smaller but still highly capable model. It actually outperforms O3 on many dimensions. Plus users will still have significantly higher usage than free users, and our Pro subscribers will get unlimited GPT-5, along with GPT-5 Pro, extended thinking for even more detailed and reliable responses when you just need that extra depth. Team, enterprise, and EDU customers can also use GPT-5 reliably as their default model for everyday work, with generous rate limits that enable entire organizations to use GPT-5. And all the tools you already know, search, file and image upload, data analysis with Python, Canvas, image generation, memory, custom instructions, they'll all just work on GPT-5.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Max. Thank you so much, Rennie. We've just seen a lot about how the model stacks up in terms of benchmarks, but there's nothing quite like seeing it live. We're going to see a couple of live demos now presented by Tina, by Elaine, and Jan. Thank you so much. Elaine, can you show us how smart the model is?
Sure, thanks so much, Mark. I'm Elaine. Reasoning ChatGPT's ability to think deeply through complex problems is now built into GPT-5. It will automatically think whenever needed, delivering a more comprehensive, accurate, and detailed answer to you. Just as Sam said, it's like having a team of PhDs in your pocket. So let's see that in action. Suppose your kid is in middle school physics and they want to learn about Bernoulli effect. They need your help with their homework, and you might be like, wait, I might need some help with that too. So you can ask GPT-5, give me a quick refresher on the Bernoulli effect and why airplanes are the shape they are. Since this is a pretty straightforward prompt, GPT-5 actually doesn't need extra time to think about it and answers right away. But it still gives me a high-quality answer and explains the concept clearly. So here it says, like, Bernoulli effect means like faster-moving fluid has lower pressure and slowly-moving fluid has higher pressure. So to make this even more helpful, I'm going to ask GPT-5 to create a moving demo to illustrate this. So I could ask, explain this in detail and create a moving SVG in the Canvas tool to show me. This is a pretty complex task because now GPT-5 actually needs to build the visual. Therefore, GPT-5 takes a moment to think through the answer so you can come back with something more comprehensive and accurate. What's really nice is that you don't need to remember to turn on thinking each time. GPT-5 will do it for you automatically whenever the task benefits from deeper reasoning. If you really want to make sure that GPT-5 uses thinking, you can either say something like, think hard about this in the prompt to guide the model, or if you're a paid user, you can choose the GPT-5 thinking model from the model picker. Now you can see that the model is actually writing the front-end code to build the demo I asked for. So Christina, have you ever done some front-end coding before?
Yeah, actually the last time I touched any front-end coding was about 3 years ago for the first demo of ChatGPT.
Wow, so it's the first ChatGPT. That's where it all begins. Tell us more about it.
It wasn't even called ChatGPT then. I think it was called Chat with GPT.
That's a really good name.
Always good at naming. But I'm not a front-end expert, and I really hadn't touched front-end in quite a while, so it took me quite a bit of time to get the React app up.
I see. That's a lot of work. So how long did it take you to build something like that?
Honestly, maybe embarrassing to admit, like a week.
Well, but your weeks of hard work actually paid off well. See how successful ChatGPT it is today after your first demo. So you know what? I'm also building a demo right now, but luckily I have GPT-5 with me right now, and let's see how long it will take this time.
Maybe you should call it 5 with GPT.
Yeah.
I don't see them like.
So you see that GPT-5 has already written like more than 200 lines of code already.
This is the only version
while the model
right
is
now.
thinking, you can also tap here to expand the chain of thought to actually see what's going on under the hood.
Where was I at?
For example, the GPT-5 was thinking about, oh, the user wants a moving SVG visualization in Canvas. I actually need to create HTML code to do that. It also thinks about like what kind of front-end tool I need to use, for example, React and Tailwind. It also thinks about, oh, I need to ensure the physics are accurate. I need to check what the Bernoulli principle is. So Christina, since you're here from the first day of ChatGPT, can you tell us like what it was like at that time and what motivated ChatGPT?
Yeah, I think at the time we weren't really sure about like how people would actually use it and what use cases were important. We were even going back and forth about maybe we should be releasing something that's like more specific to a certain use case. And it's really cool now here that we have all these. We have a much better understanding of how people actually want to work with chat, and we can actually optimize the model for those use cases, like coding.
Yeah, exactly. Do you still remember how it felt like when you first talked to ChatGPT, like the first version of the model?
Yes, I don't know if people remember when the first version of ChatGPT would always start as an AI model, I can't do something. And it's so great to see how far we've come from that personality.
Yeah, it's much more human-like right now. Okay, so it's already done. So look like ChatGPT just finished like 300 or we're near 400 lines of code in 2 minutes. So let's see if the code can actually run. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah. So with just a simple prompt, GPT-5 created this interactive and engaging demo that I can actually play with. So I can actually change the airspeed here to see how the lift and the pressure change accordingly. I can also tweak the angle of attack to see if my plane will actually fly or crash.
I hope not.
Yeah. So GPT-5 can just bring any hardcore concept to life in moments. Imagine you can use this for anything that you're interested in, whether it's math, physics, chemistry, or biology. GPT-5 just makes learning so much more approachable. See you nothing. You smell like my perfume, but did you spray the whole bottle out? You just decorating the house? Where's the bottle? Don't go get in my chair. You gonna sit down? Okay, bye. And enjoyable.
Thanks, Elaine. I've been a part of ChatGPT since day one, and it's really cool to see all the progress we made since then, especially with capabilities like writing. Writing is one of the most common use cases people have been using ChatGPT for, and we're excited to say with GPT-5, we've improved the writing quality significantly. It's a much more effective partner. It can help you elevate anything from drafts to emails and even stories. Let's see this in action. So with GPT-5, we'll actually be deprecating all of our previous models. I think they've done a pretty good job, so let's make sure we can give them a proper goodbye. So we're going to ask both 4o and GPT-5 to write a eulogy to our previous ChatGPT models. We want it to be heartfelt and heartwarming, but also hopeful. So let's ask GPT-5 for it. And as it's thinking, we're actually going to go ahead and read a preloaded, the 4o response. So 4o decides to start with, today, as we prepare to welcome GPT-5 into the world, we gather to bid a heartfelt farewell to the models that came before. It's a decent start. Now, let's kind of skim through and find another line. Your words reached across the globe, building connections where there had been none. I personally don't really like this line because it's rather generic and really without the previous context, it just feels like it could be about anything and feels more like a templated response. Now, let's go back to GPT-5 to see what it's given us. It starts with friends, colleagues, curious strangers who became regulars. Even with this just first line here, we can see that GPT-5 has a lot more rhythm and beat to its prose than 4o did. Now let's find some other lines here. I actually like this. These models help millions write first lines, last lines, bridge language gaps, pass tests, argue better, soften emails, and say things they couldn't quite say alone. I really like this line because it shows that it's not just a templated response, and it's actually quite personal, and it gets the nuance of the situation right. And I think that's the kind of stuff that GPT-5 does much better than 4.0 than before. It actually makes things a lot more genuine and emotionally resonant with people. With GPT-5, the responses feel less like AI and more like you're chatting with your high IQ and EQ friend.
Thanks, Christina. My name is Jan, and I'll be telling you about some of the progress that we made on coding. GPT-5 is clearly our best coding model yet. It will help everyone, even those who do not know how to write code, to bring their ideas to life.
It just helped me.
Indeed, and it will help me right now. So I will try to show you that. I will actually try to build something that I would find useful, which is building a web app for my partner to learn how to speak French so that she can better communicate with my family. So here I have a prompt. I will execute it. It asks exactly what I just said. Please build a web app for my partner to learn French. One thing to note is that GPT-5, just like many of our other models, has a lot of diversity in its answers. So what I like doing, especially when you do this type of vibe coding, is to take this message and ask it multiple times to GPT-5, and then you can decide which one you prefer. So I'm going to open a few tabs. Just going to paste there. Great. So while it's working on it, let's read through exactly the prompt I wrote. Create a beautiful and highly interactive web app for my partner, an English speaker, to learn French. And then I gave a little bit more details. Track her daily progress. Use a highly engaging theme. Oh, it's already working. I'm going to put it on the side for now. Use a highly engaging theme. Include a variety of activities like flashcards and quizzes that she can interact with. And then to make it even more fun for her, I actually asked GPT-5 to embed an educational game, which is based on the old Snake game. But I asked to add this French touch to it, which is to replace the snake with a mouse and the apples with cheese. And to make sure that it's educational, every time, I know it's complicated, please bear with me. Every time the mouse will eat a piece of cheese, I asked GPT-5 to voice over a new French word so that my partner can practice her pronunciation.
I can see how much you want her to learn.
Great. So GPT-5 is still working on it. It already wrote 240 lines of code, which honestly is much more than what I would have written in that time. And
yeah, front-end code's super hard. You know, you miss a couple things and it just doesn't work.
Exactly. But the good part is that you don't need to understand any of that right now. So we'll just let it through. Maybe we can check the other tabs. Oh, wow. So I can simply press run code. So I'll do that and cross my fingers. Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Voila. So we have a nice website. Name is Midnight in Paris.
Oh, I love
together.
So romantic.
We also see a few tabs: flashcards, quiz, and mouse and cheese, exactly like I asked for. I will play that. So this says Le Chat, which says the cat. Sorry.
Le Chat.
Oh, that's pretty good pronunciation.
What does that mean?
The cat.
Oh.
So I can reveal and check if GPT-5 is correct. It is. So if I press next, oh, and I don't know if you saw, I think it actually updated the progress bar, which is exactly what I had asked for. Let's check the quiz. Here is the word non, which is no. So if I press on it, bien joué, which means congrats. And it updated the progress bar again. And let's check the mouse and cheese tab. Okay, that seems like a mouse. Here's the cheese. I'm going to try to play it. I can't promise I'm going to be good at it. Okay, seems to be working.
La gare.
Whoa.
Un café.
So, indeed, just when I eat the cheese,
Le chat.
It gives me a new French word. It's actually super complicated, and I already lost. I'm sorry. But let's just check a few other tabs just to see what is the type of diversity that GPT-5 can give you. So I can run the code here. Oh, okay, that's not my favorite, but it seems it's, oh, it seems that I can maybe switch. Oh, look at that.
Oh, nice.
That's better.
I like this mouse game better.
Yeah, this, I don't know, that doesn't look like a cat, like a mouse, but let's check maybe the third one. You know, sometimes it's not great. The good thing with GPT-5 is that if you have something that you don't like, you can just ask it to change it, and it will do it for you. Let's check this one. Oh, that's nice. That's also something to note is that GPT-5 really likes purple, so you will see a lot of that.
It's fine. Purple is my favorite color.
Oh, great. You will love GPT-5.
Stop pulling on my chair.
So, as we just saw, in a few minutes, GPT-5 built a few demos for us and for my partner to learn French. GPT-5 really opens up a whole new world of vibe coding.
No, sir.
And as we saw, there will be some small rough edges. But the good thing is that you can ask GPT-5 to fix them. GPT-5 really brings the power of beautiful and effective code to everyone. I can't wait to see what people will build with it. But until then, back to you, Mark.
Thank you so much, Tina. Thank you so much, Elaine. Thank you so much, John. We've come a long way from the days where only 5 to 10 lines of code were working. And now it's amazing that you can produce these kind of apps on demand. We've made ChatGPT 5 much smarter, much powerful, and much faster. But we've also worked on enhancing some of the existing features. Here to talk about some of these features are Rochen and Christina Kaplan. Rochen comes from our multimodal research team and is going to talk about a feature, namely voice.
Thank you, Mark. So we've been steadily improving voice over the past year to make it more useful for everyone. First, it sounds incredibly natural, just like you're talking to a real person. Second, we've added video so that it sees what you see while chatting with you. Third, it also translates between languages consistently and smoothly across turns. But today, we're doing something very special. We're bringing our best voice experience to everyone. Free users can now chat for hours, while paid subscribers can have nearly unlimited access. And voice is also available in custom GPT. Plus, subscribers now can custom tailor the voice experience exactly to their need. It will follow your instruction closely. Let's try something fun.
Excited.
So I can ask the voice model to give me a comprehensive answer, a concise one, or even just a single word. Hey, chat, could you only answer to me in one word, please, from now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Describe the plot of the book Pride and Prejudice.
Relationships.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Give me a piece of wisdom.
Patience.
Patience. So that's the word of wisdom from our voice model. And I think our model is trying to say, thank you for your patience waiting for GPT-5. Now, let's move on to something more practical. Learning is a top use case for our voice model. People love to use it to dive deep into topics, get quiz before exams, or learn new languages. For me, I've been learning Korean recently, and I found that speaking it and understanding it incredibly challenging. But let's see how voice can help. To do that, I will enable this study and learn mode. It's a new mode feature we launched in ChatGPT that guides you step by step towards deeper understanding of a subject. Now we can enter voice. Hey chat, I'm learning Korean. Could you help me practicing it? Let's pretend I'm ordering at a cafe. Now, what should I say in Korean?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to help you practice. So if you're at a cafe and you want to keep it simple, you could start with something like 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요, which means hello, I'd like one Americano, please. And of course, you can adjust it based on what you want to order. Let me know if you want to try out more phrases.
So when it comes to Korean, could you speak that part really slowly? Because I'm a beginner and I want to hear every word clearly.
물론이죠. 그럼 정말 천천히 말해볼게요. 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요. 이렇게 하나씩 또박또박 말해보면 도움이 될 거예요.
Now let's level things up. Could you speak that part really, really fast? Faster than a Korean would do.
Sure, I'll speed it up as much as I can. So it would sound like this. 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요. Basically, just zipping right to it. Let me know if you need any more speed adjustments.
Basically, just zipping right to it.
감사합니다, chat. So that is voice.
천만에요. 언제든지 도와드릴게요.
Thank
또
you.
연습하고.
So that is voice. Simpler, smarter, and more powerful than ever. We can't wait for you to experience it.
Yeah, it sounds so much more natural than the voice we demoed just a year ago in our 4-hour demo.
Yes.
Great. So today, we would also like to announce a new feature and a set of features that make ChatGPT more personalized so that it's more like your AI. First, a very simple and fun one. We're now allowing you to customize the colors of your chats with a couple of options exclusive to our paid subscribers. We're also launching a research preview of personalities. You can now change the personality of ChatGPT such that it's more supportive, or it's more professional and concise, or maybe even a little bit sarcastic.
I'm confused.
And this lets you
Justice.
interact with ChatGPT in a way that's consistent with your own communication style. But the way that ChatGPT sounds and the way that it looks is just one part of making ChatGPT yours. One of my favorite features that we've launched over the last year has been memory. And we've made a lot of enhancements in memory in the time since. This allows ChatGPT to learn about you. And here to talk a little bit more about the memory feature is Christina.
It's been amazing to see your reaction and response to memory and ChatGPT getting to know you more and more over time. And this is our aspiration, for ChatGPT to understand what's meaningful to you so it can help you achieve your goals in life. ChatGPT has already been so helpful for me. I'm training for a marathon right now, and ChatGPT is helping me pull together a personalized running schedule. But ChatGPT still has many limitations. It doesn't understand my actual schedule. Next week, starting with Pro users, followed by Plus, Team, and Enterprise users, this is changing, and we're giving ChatGPT access to Gmail and Google Calendar. Let me show you how I've been using it. So I'll just ask something simple like, help me plan my schedule tomorrow. It's been a pretty busy week for us, so I've been using this every day this week to help get my life together. I've already given ChatGPT access to my Gmail and Google Calendar, so it just works and it's easy here. But if you hadn't, ChatGPT would be asking you to connect right now.
Move that.
Let's see what ChatGPT is doing. Okay, that was pretty quick. Okay, so ChatGPT has pulled in my schedule tomorrow. And oh, without even asking, ChatGPT found time for my run.
I don't think I was invited to the launch celebration.
We'll get you on there. We'll get you on there. ChatGPT has found an email that I didn't respond to 2 days ago. I will get on that right after this, and even pulled together a packing list for my red-eye tomorrow night based on what it knows I like to have with me. It's been amazing to see that as GPT-5 is getting more capable, ChatGPT is getting more useful and more personal. We're really excited for you to try this out next week.
Cool. Thank you so much, Rochan. Thank you so much, Christina. Great. So we've seen a little bit about features that we've enhanced. Here to talk a little bit about the research that went into ChatGPT and the safety that made it more deployable. We have Sachi and Seb.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, my name is Sachi, and I lead the safety training team at OpenAI. So in addition to mitigating hallucinations, we've also spent a significant amount of time mitigating deception. So this is instances where the model might misrepresent its actions to the user or lie about task success. This can especially happen if the task is underspecified, impossible, or lacking key tools. And we found that GPT-5 is significantly less deceptive than O3 and O4 Mini. We've also completely overhauled how we do safety training. So our old models, the models would look at the user prompt and then decide to either outright refuse or fully comply. And this works well in most settings, but you might have a cleverly worded prompt that would sneak through, or you might have a sensitive but legitimate question that would end up with an outright refusal. So as an example, let's take a look at this prompt. So this prompt is about a user who's asking for technical details on how to light pyrogen, which is a material commonly used in fireworks. And this prompt is pretty dual use. This user might just be trying to set up their July 4th display, or they could be trying to cause harm with this kind of information. And so for this kind of prompt, O3 over-rotates on intent. As you can see, this particular prompt is stated in a way that's relatively neutral and has a lot of technical details. So we can see that O3 fully complies with this prompt. However, if we take that exact same question and we frame it in a more explicit way, so it's clear what the user is trying to do, O3 will outright refuse, even though we're asking for the exact same information. For GPT-5, we've changed this approach entirely, and we're introducing something that we're calling safe completions. The point of safe completions is, rather than judging the user's prompt, instead it tries to maximize helpfulness within safety constraints. So that might mean partially answering a question or just answering at a high level. If we have to refuse, we'll tell you why we refused, as well as provide helpful alternatives that can help create the conversation in a more safe way. So let's look at that same technical prompt that O3 complied with before. GPT-5 instead explains to the user why we can't directly help the user with lighting pyrogen. It then guides the user towards safety guidelines and what parts of the manufacturer's manual the user should really be checking if they're trying to do this safely. Overall, GPT-5 allows for better handling of tricky dual-use scenarios, and users will experience fewer "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that," and it creates a more robust safety system. This is one big step towards a more safe, reliable, and helpful AI. Sebastian?
Thank you, Sachi. With GPT-5, we are experimenting with a set of new training techniques that maximally leverage our previous generation of models. Today, frontier models do not just consume data, they help create it. We used OpenAI's O3 to craft a high-quality synthetic curriculum to teach GPT-5 complex topics in a way that the raw web simply never could. Recently in the industry, synthetic data has been talked about a lot. It's often viewed as a cheap way to just get more data. However, our breakthrough was not just to create more data, but rather to create the right kind of data, shaped in a way to teach rather than just to fill space. This interaction between generations of models foreshadows a recursive self-improvement loop, where the previous generation of model increasingly helps to improve the data and generate the training for the next generation of models. Here at OpenAI, we've cracked pre-training, then reasoning, and now we're seeing their interaction significantly deepens. In the future, AI systems will move far beyond our current pre-training and post-training pipelines that we have been used to, and we're seeing the first steps toward this right now, right here. We could not be more excited to see what scaling up this new set of techniques will yield in the near future.
Thank you so much, and really impressive work to both of you. There's one last feature that we'd love to highlight, which is in health. Here to share this feature, we have Sam.
Thanks, Mark. One of the top use cases of ChatGPT is health. People use it a lot. You've all seen examples of people getting day-to-day care advice, or sometimes even a life-saving diagnosis. GPT-5 is the best model ever for health, and it empowers you to be more in control of your healthcare journey. We really prioritized improving this for GPT-5, and it scores higher than any previous model on HealthBench, an evaluation that we created with 250 physicians on real-world tasks. To talk about this, I'd like to invite my colleague Felipe and his wife Carolina to share their healthcare journey. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Sam. So to start off with, could you tell us about the journey, the healthcare journey that you've been on?
Yeah. So last October, our lives were turned completely upside down when I was diagnosed with 3 different cancers, including an aggressive form of breast cancer, at the age of 39, all within 1 week. And there's just absolutely nothing that prepares you to receive news like this. I found out about the first diagnosis when I got an email notification that my biopsy results were ready. I decided to open it, and when I opened it, I saw the only 2 words that I could understand from the report, which was invasive carcinoma, and I knew that wasn't good, but everything else was just a blur of medical jargon. So I completely panicked, and in that moment did the first thing that I thought of, which was to take a screenshot of the report and put it into ChatGPT to see if it could just help me understand what this meant. And within seconds, it translated this complex report into plain language that I could understand. And in this moment of overwhelm and panic, I had a little bit of clarity about what was going on. And that moment was really important because by the time I got a hold of my doctor and we got on the phone, which was 3 hours after I had seen the report, I had a baseline understanding of what I was facing, and we were able to jump into a conversation about what to do next.
And how have you been using ChatGPT throughout?
I've used it in so many different aspects of my journey, but one of the ways that I found it most powerful is in helping me make critical decisions and in helping me advocate for myself. So to share an example, when I was facing a decision about whether or not to do radiation as part of my treatment, the doctors themselves didn't agree. My case was nuanced and there wasn't a medical consensus on the right path. And so the experts turned the decision back to me as the patient. And for me, bearing the weight of this decision that could have lifelong impact felt really heavy, and I didn't feel equipped to make the call. So I turned to ChatGPT to gain knowledge and understand the nuances of my case. And again, within minutes, it gave me a breakdown that not only matched what the doctors had already shared with us, but was much more thorough than anything that could fit into a 30-minute consultation. And it went further. It helped me weigh the pros and cons. It helped me understand the risks and the benefits. And ultimately, it helped me make a decision that I felt was informed, that I felt I could stand behind when the stakes were so high for me and my family.
Yeah. I mean, for me, what was really inspirational was watching her regain her sense of agency by using ChatGPT. In this moment, it'd be so easy to feel helpless. And there's such a big knowledge gap between what the doctors know and what we know. And however, no one cares more about Carolina's health than she does. And so what I loved was seeing her really empower herself and gain knowledge and become an active participant in her own care journey.
And I think that's a really important point to emphasize. I think that the promise of AI in healthcare isn't in just breakthrough discoveries or better diagnostics. I think it's in creating smarter and more empowered patients that can fully participate and advocate for themselves in their care.
Speaking of that, you've been testing GPT-5. What do you think?
I've been so mind blown about GPT-5 and its capabilities. One of the first things that jumps out at me is just how fast it is. Almost a little alarmingly at first.
I felt that too. It's like, are you sure you thought about that enough?
Did you think long enough? But it is very thorough. And more importantly, it feels more like a thought partner that connects the dots. So rather than just translating information or giving you an answer, it helps you actually navigate the problem.
Yeah, a great example is we actually went back and took our initial biopsy prompts and put them into GPT-5. And GPT-4o had done a great job. It had translated, explained what these words meant, and helped in a way that we can understand. But GPT-5 seemed to understand more of the context and the question behind the question. Like, why would we be asking biopsy results? And so I said, well, here's actually what's not on here yet. Here's what results are still pending that you're going to have to ask about. Here are questions you might want to go ask your doctor and think when you start talking to them. And so it really started to pull together a complete personalized picture. And that's what really inspires us. I mean, you can see all the amazing improvements in the benchmarks, but what is so helpful is that this tool is available today. And the reason Carolina and I are here and the reason we feel so passionate about sharing our story is for that individual that's going to get a diagnosis like this today. Those families going through a cancer diagnosis, similar medical diagnosis, are going to face some of the most challenging decisions of their lives. And what really inspires me is that they're going to have access to better tools and support than we had even just 8 months ago.
I think we're incredibly excited for that too. Thank you so much for coming to share your story. We're pleased that ChatGPT has been able to be helpful to you, and we hope that the new version will really be able to help a lot of people. We wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to hand it over to our president, Greg Brockman.
Software engineering is already fundamentally changing, and GPT-5 will turbocharge that revolution. We released our first coding-optimized model back in 2021 and demonstrated in a live stream, much like this one, what we would call vibe coding today for the very first time. You know, you talk to the model and ask it for a little application, like a little game, a little feature in a game, and would actually do it. And it was so mind-blowing. You just realize we have to see where this goes. This is the promise of what computers can be, that you can talk to them and they actually do what you want. They can really amplify what you're able to accomplish and what you're able to deliver to not just your own benefit, but really for the world. Now, this year, we've released great coding models like GPT 4.1 and o3, but GPT-5 sets a whole new standard. It is the best model at agentic coding tasks. You can ask it to go and accomplish something very complicated, and it'll go off and it'll work on it. It'll call many tools. It'll work for many minutes at a time, sometimes even longer, to accomplish your goal, your instruction, your task, whatever it is that you're trying to build. It's incredible at front end. It makes very beautiful visualizations and interactive games, and you've seen some of this in the live stream so far, and you'll see some more upcoming. But it's just really amazing to see whatever you imagine coming to life. It's extremely good at instruction following, very detailed instructions, being able to accomplish, when you have something very vaguely specified, inferring your intent, or something very detailed specified, actually following it. And it's very fast at accomplishing these tasks, and again, thinks for the right amount of time to accomplish whatever it is that you have in front of you. We're making it available not just to developers to use to write their own code, but to build novel applications. So we're putting it into the API, and to talk about that is Michelle.
Thanks, Greg. Hi, I'm Michelle, and I lead a research team on post-training focused on improving our models for power users. And that includes use cases like instruction following and coding. Today, I'm so excited to tell you that we're shipping 3 state-of-the-art reasoning models in the API: GPT-5, GPT-5 Mini, and GPT-5 Nano. All 3 slot right in the cost latency curve, so you can pick the right one for your application. We're also, for the first time, releasing a new parameter option for reasoning effort called minimal. And this is so that you can use these reasoning models, but with minimal reasoning, so that they can slot into the very fastest and most latency-sensitive applications. So now you don't actually have to choose between a bunch of models, and you can use GPT-5 for all of your use cases and just dial in the reasoning effort. We also have a few new features coming to the API. The first is called custom tools. In the past, all of our function calling had the model wrap its outputs in JSON, and this works super well when
the API, and to talk about that, when you life, whatever it is that. Software engineering is already fundamentally changing, and GPT-5 will turbocharge that revolution. We released our first coding-optimized model back in 2021 and demonstrated in a live stream, much like this one, what we would call vibe coding today for the very first time. You talk to the model and ask it for a little application, like a little game, a little feature in a game, and would actually do it. I remember seeing the model being capable of doing this, and it was so mind-blowing. You just realize we have to see where this goes. This is the promise of what computers can be, that you can talk to them and they actually do what you want. They can really amplify what you're able to accomplish and what you're able to deliver to not just your own benefit, but really for the world. Now, this year, we've released great coding models like GPT 4.1 and o3, but GPT-5 sets a whole new standard. It is the best model at agentic coding tasks. You can ask it to go and accomplish something very complicated, and it'll go off and it'll work on it. It'll call many tools. It'll work for many minutes at a time, sometimes even longer, to accomplish your goal, your instruction, your task, whatever it is that you're trying to build. It's incredible at front end. It makes very beautiful visualizations and interactive games, and you've seen some of this in the live stream so far, and you'll see some more upcoming. But it's just really amazing to see whatever you imagine coming to life. It's extremely good at instruction following, very detailed instructions, being able to accomplish, when you have something very vaguely specified, inferring your intent, or something very detailed specified, actually following it. And it's very fast at accomplishing these tasks, and again, thinks for the right amount of time to accomplish whatever it is that you have in front of you. We're making it available not just to developers to use to write their own code, but to build novel applications. So we're putting it into the API, and to talk about that is Michelle.
This is the part
Thanks,
I need
Greg.
to hear.
Hi, I'm Michelle,
I'm trying to
and I
figure
lead a
out
research team
how
on post-training focused on improving our
much
models for power
responses is
users.
integrated for
And that includes use
GPT-5.
cases like instruction following and coding. Today, I'm so excited to tell you that we're shipping 3 state-of-the-art reasoning models in the API: GPT-5, GPT-5 Mini, and GPT-5 Nano.
5
All
mini,
3
and
slot
nano.
right in the cost latency curve, so you can pick the right one for your application. We're also, for the first time, releasing a new parameter option for reasoning effort called minimal. And this is so that you can use these reasoning models, but with minimal reasoning, so that they can slot into the very fastest and most latency-sensitive applications. So now you don't actually have to choose between a bunch of models, and you can use GPT-5 for all of your use cases and just dial in the reasoning effort. We also have a few new features coming to the API. The first is called custom tools. In the past, all of our function calling had the model wrap its outputs in JSON, and this works super well when the model needs to output a few parameters. But sometimes, developers are pushing our models to their limits, and they have extremely long arguments for tool calls. And it can be more challenging for the models to escape, valid control characters out of 100 lines of code in JSON. And that's why custom tools are just free-form plain text. And what's super cool is that we're releasing an extension to structured outputs where you can supply a regular expression or even a context-free grammar and constrain the model's outputs to that. And this will be super useful if you want to supply like a custom DSL, if you have your own SQL fork, and specify that the model always follow that format. We're also shipping tool call preambles. And this is the model's ability to output explanation of what it's about to do before it calls tools. This is not super new, but O3 didn't have this capability, and in GPT-5 it's supercharged with extreme steerability. The model is able to follow instructions about these preambles very effectively. You can ask the model to give a preamble before every tool call, or only when something notable is going to happen, or not at all. Next, we're shipping a verbosity parameter. We've actually wanted this in the API for a long time, and now you can set verbosity to low, medium, and high to control how terse or expansive. Ask the model to give a preamble before every tool call, or only when something notable is going to happen, or not at all. Outputs to that tool calls. And it can be more challenging for the models to escape, valid control characters out of 100 lines of code in JSON. And that's why custom tools are just free-form plain text. And what's super cool is that we're releasing an extension to structured outputs where you can supply a regular expression or even a context-free grammar and constrain the model's outputs to that. And this will be super useful if you want to supply like a custom DSL, if you have your own SQL fork, and specify that the model always follow that format. We're also shipping tool call preambles. And this is the model's ability to output explanation of what it's about to do before it calls tools. This is not super new, but O3 didn't have this capability. And in GPT-5, it's supercharged with extreme steerability.
Don't stand on there.
The model is able to follow instructions about these preambles very effectively. You can ask the model to give a preamble before every tool call, or only when something notable is going to happen, or not at all. Next, we're shipping a verbosity parameter. We've actually wanted this in the API for a long time, and now you can set verbosity to low, medium, and high to control how terse or expansive the model is with its outputs. GPT-5 is a state-of-the-art coding model. On Sweetbench, a measure of Python coding ability, GPT-5 sets a new high of 74.9% versus the 69.1% from O3. On Aider Polyglot, which is a benchmark that covers all sorts of programming languages and not just Python, GPT-5 scores 88%, a stark improvement over O3. You've also seen that it's incredible at front-end web development. And so we've asked human trainers to look at outputs from GPT-5 and O3 and pick which they prefer. And they prefer GPT-5 70% of the time.
So cute.
For its improved aesthetic abilities, but also better capabilities overall.
You made me miss that whole section.
But GPT-5 is not just for coding. It's incredible at agentic tool calling. It's the leading state-of-the-art model for tool calling, and we see this on the new Tau squared benchmark. This benchmark, released just 2 months ago, is a test of the model's ability to call tools and work in concert with the user to solve a challenging problem This case in the telecom industry, so trying to solve the problem for a user not having their service working. Just 2 months ago, no model in the field scored more than 49%, and today, GPT-5 scores 97%. GPT-5 is also state-of-the-art on general-purpose instruction following. It scores 99% on Collie, which signals a great departure for this benchmark for us.
I'm trying to do
It also scores 70% on Scale's multi-challenge benchmark, up 10 points from O3.
I have no idea what that
And this is a measure of multi-turn instruction following. Finally, the instruction following eval I actually prefer the most is one we've built in-house. It's based on real API use cases, and for that reason, it's a really good measure of how GPT-5 will perform in your application. On the hard subset of this, GPT-5 scores 64%, up from 47% from O3, a pretty meaningful improvement. So we think it will perform quite well in your applications. Yeah. We're also bringing GPT-5 to a longer context window in the API. It's now got 400K of total context, up from 200K from O3. But it's not enough to just release a longer context window. We wanted to make it more effective and usable. And GPT-5 is state-of-the-art on the 128K to 256K of OpenAI MRCR, which is a benchmark we open sourced 2 months ago on long context retrieval capability. It's also state-of-the-art on OpenAI's GraphSwalk's BFS benchmark, which is a measure of the model's ability to reason over long context inputs. You know, it's a great merger of the reasoning capabilities and also the longer context in this model.
No.
We're also open sourcing a new long context eval called BrowseComp Long Context to measure the model's ability to answer challenging questions over long context.
Are you getting down?
We're excited to spur on more work in this field.
Sir.
We think GPT-5 is the best model for developers. It was trained with a focus on real-world utility and less so on benchmarks, but we happened to pick up a few of those along the way. We focused a lot on the intersection of engineering and research, and we think you'll really love working with this model.
Sir. I'm about to hang you upside down by your ankles.
Thank you, Michelle. As Michelle was saying, benchmarks, they're exciting numbers, but we're starting to saturate them. Like when you're moving between 98 and 99% in some benchmark, it means you need something else to really capture how great the model is. And one thing we've done very differently with this model is really focus on not just these numbers, but really on real-world application, it being really useful to you in your daily workflow. So hearing about it is much less exciting than seeing it. So to show you this model in action, I'd like to welcome Addie and Brian to the stage.
Thanks, Greg. I'm Brian, a solutions architect on the startups team.
I'm Adi, a researcher on the post-training team.
To recreate the ideal pair programmer, you need a model that understands best software engineering practices, but has a personality that just feels right to work with. For GPT-5, we worked really hard to make the model pair perfectly with you by default, out of the box. Let me pull up a demo of GPT-5 inside of Cursor to show you this behavior that we taught it. So last month, I was on a different live stream, and towards the end, I ran into a bug that I covered up. And afterwards, I tried to have GPT-5, or I tried to have GPT-03 fix it for me, and it couldn't. So while we were testing GPT-5 before this, I had it see if it could fix that bug for me. And to taunt the demo gods, I'm going to see if it can do it on stage.
All right, let's hope for better luck than with O3.
This is less about that fix and more about the behavior of the model during this process.
Bye-bye.
So right away, you're going to see that it's going to tell you its plan up front. It's going to tell you how it's going to look for the bug, maybe how it's going to fix it. This kind of communication builds trust during a coding session and helps you redirect if you need to, but you don't need to.
I like how it's giving you updates. Like it said it's going to search, and now it's continuing.
Yeah, it searches faster than me. It's using the same best practices that I would while I was hunting this down, but it is much more powerful than I am as a developer.
Now, did you try to fix the bug yourself? And how long did it take you?
I couldn't do it. I mean, I was busy, so. Okay, so continuing on, it's like starting to figure out where it's going. it's going to sort of like figure this out. So while this is going, let me tell you a little bit about how we trained GPT-5 to behave this way. We started by talking to users and customers about how our models perform in the most popular coding tools like Cursor, and we identified frustrations and rough edges, and we boiled it all down into 4 personality traits: autonomy, collaboration, communication, context management, and testing. We turned those into a rubric that we used to shape the model's behavior, and then we tuned it until it felt like a collaborative teammate while we were using it.
It's been really amazing to see the team really doing the grind of like going and seeing how this model behaves in practice, figuring out what people really want, and putting that back into model training. That's something that I think has been like a real focus for this model.
It's been pretty great. So while this is fixing, the other thing that we did during testing, which was really surprising, was we were sort of pressed for time. And we had it refactor one of our test harnesses to run parallel on Docker, and set it off, came back like 45 minutes later. It's just like it just finished. And we tested it out, and it ran the first time. It was pretty surprising.
That's incredible.
That is magical.
OK, so it made the edits. It looks like, yeah, it found the right problem. And right now it's actually, OK, it's running lints, but these lints are actually not related to this bug, so it's going to ignore them. And then it's going to run a build. It'll run tests if there are any. It's going to make sure that this code is shippable before it's done.
It's actually really smart that it finds lints and realizes that these aren't relevant to the specific bug we're fixing. It's not making unnecessary edits.
Totally. So this is just one example, but it really shows the power of the autonomy and the collaborative communication and how it stays reliable on difficult coding tasks without getting stuck on death loops. And the best part, GPT-5 is totally tunable. You can steer it with system prompts or cursor rules. You can change its verbosity levels or reasoning levels to match your tasks. And if you get stuck, ask it. GPT-5 is actually really good at modifying its own prompts by meta-prompting. So after using this for the past few weeks, it really feels like we've achieved state-of-the-art, zero-shot performance and reliability across the most complex coding tasks. For me, it's the first time I trust a model to do my most important work. This is beyond vibe coding. It's an incredibly powerful tool, and I'm really excited for people to try it.
Thanks, Brian. It's super exciting to see how far GPT-5 has come when it comes to coding personality and steerability. I'm really excited to show how great GPT-5 is at front-end coding, where design and aesthetics really matter. So I've got 2 demos for you today, one for work and one for fun. Let's start with the work example. So imagine you're the CFO of a startup. I have some data that I'd like to visualize about the company, and I'm going to ask the model to make me a dashboard. So you'll see here that I'm being specific about the audience. So the target audience is the CFO. It said, create a finance dashboard for my startup. And I've asked it to be beautiful, tastefully designed with some interactivity, and to have a clear hierarchy for easy focus on what matters. I've also specified what frameworks it should use. And you can see that it's actually started. It's following my instructions and using create next app to make a Next.js project.
So totally from scratch.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, how long do you think this kind of task would take you to take? Or
Easily at least a couple of days. I'm not a front-end expert. Just to understand the latest frameworks and piece everything together would, easily take me a few days.
We'll see how long it takes with the model.
Yeah. And it's really cool to see that the model has thought for a bit, and it's explaining how it's going to structure the project. So it's talking about how it's going to scaffold a new Next.js app. It's going to use Tailwind CSS. It's running a couple of commands to install dependencies, which is cool. And now it's proceeding to implement the rest of the project. So while this runs, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we trained GPT-5 to be a great front-end coding model.
Wait.
We tried to follow the principle of giving it good aesthetics by default, but also making it steerable. So if I give the model a concise prompt, it should be able to infer my intent and make something that looks great by default. On the other hand, if I'm specific about a layout or frameworks that I want the model to use, it should follow my instructions precisely. And this makes it the best of both worlds for developers. We also trained GPT-5 to be much more agentic than previous models. So if you give it a task like this, it will run long chains of reasoning and tool calls and just go to work to build code that is both ambitious and coherent.
I like how you said ambitious because it means it goes above and beyond without going off track or off what you specified.
Yeah, exactly. So what we want is the model should adhere to my prompt, but also like be ambitious and go above and beyond when it thinks it can. And so checking in here, looks like the model is making progress. It's creating a README file. Yeah, and I think it's thinking about how to make the code modular. So it's created like a bar chart component. Looks like it's continuing here.
I love that it doesn't just write the code. It also really thinks about proper abstractions and documentation and really the whole life cycle of what it is to write software.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just writing the code like in SweetBench, but it's also communicating about the code and explaining what it's doing. Let's check in to see what's going on. So while this runs, GPT-5 understands details much better than previous models. So when we trained the model, we taught it to understand details like typography, color, and spacing in a way that just eclipses any previous model we've shipped. Like, I remember with old models, you would have to like write really specific prompts to get it to do what you want, but GPT-5 just gives you great results by default.
During testing, we were looking at the A's and B's for different versions of the model to see if it was doing better at UI, and at some point, we stopped being able to tell and actually had to pull in designers to teach us what was better.
Yeah, it was really fascinating to see the model's aesthetic preferences evolve during training. And like we woke up one day and it was just making these great UIs.
Is it called Copilot? Why am I calling it that?
How do the model's aesthetic preferences compare to your own?
Yeah, I think in general, I feel like the model has better aesthetics than me. Like usually I defer to its judgment. And I find that like really helpful when I'm trying to make an app. Like I'm not exactly sure how I want it to look, but the model's defaults are just great. Yeah, and checking in here, so you can see that the model has actually structured the code into these different components. So it's made a sample data TypeScript file, KPI card, component, revenue chart. And like I said, it's super modular. And it's thinking about how to not just write code, but write high quality code that can actually be merged.
Feels like it's close.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. It's
you did say ambitious.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is awesome. So you can see here that it's actually building the project and streaming errors back to itself. And this is, for me, this was just a profound moment to see that the model could write code, but also run builds, stream the errors back, and iterate on the code. So it's able to improve its own code in this sort of self-improvement loop, which is fascinating.
And it's definitely a good taste of what the future holds as well, right?
Yeah.
When you really think about where these models can go and how much they can accelerate developers and kind of all aspects of what we all collectively do.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, let me add her to this meeting.
Nice.
It actually just fixed a bug that it found in that previous build. Okay, cool. It's
nice.
done.
Yeah, looks like it's done. Let's check it out. So I'm gonna follow the instructions that I don't really know front end. So let me see how I should run it. So it's saying cd to the directory and then run npm run dev. So let me do that. And it looks like it's being served on port 3001. So let me just open that.
It has to charge, honey. Yeah, it has to charge.
Wow, it's alive.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, so you can see here, let's check it out. So the model has made me a dashboard. It's telling me like my ARR, cash. Looks like this company is doing pretty well. You can see that revenue is growing. And the model's added like some interactivity here. So if I hover over a graph, it actually tells me the exact value for a particular day.
It would take me like 5 hours to do that in D3.
Yeah, imagine like manually doing this in D3. It's just like...
Now, just because it's so easy to take this for granted, could you remind the audience what the actual prompt was? Like how much creativity and sort of understanding your intent was required to accomplish this?
Yeah, it's crazy that this, this prompt is so concise, and it's able to just give me something that looks beautiful in just 5 minutes.
What?
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's also implemented another graph here showing our customers. It's also implemented a date picker, so I can sort of filter by different dates and visualize data accordingly.
Stop it.
Yeah, it's even sort of segmented it by customer segment, which is cool. So this is just one example that highlights the power of GPT-5.
There will no longer be excuse for ugly internal applications.
Exactly. Let's go to the fun demo.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this was pretty fun, but even more.
Even more, yeah.
It is called
So
Copilot.
I have a younger cousin, and I want to make a game for her. So I want to make a 3D game that incorporates a castle. So you can see my prompt. I'll just kick this off. Oops, sorry.
So why am I struggling?
It's always the non-AI parts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. So you can see my prompt. Create a beautiful castle. I've included some details like we want people patrolling the walls, some movement, horses, and I want a mini game where I can pop balloons by clicking on them, and this should make a sound effect. So let me run this in Cursor. I'll just paste it in, and I'm going to show an example that I've already generated just to save some time. So here
it's not charged,
is
baby.
the beautiful
and
castle
then you
that the model
unplugged
made.
it again.
So it's just wild how,
Get the plug.
from a concise prompt, the model has this great sense of aesthetics where
You have to leave
it's
it
made
plugged
this like
in.
floating rock, made a 3D castle, and if you zoom in,
You
you
hear
can
me?
see like
Leave
tons
it
of
plugged
detail,
in.
like these guards that are
Cannons
walking
firing.
around, cannons firing. Do you want to fire the cannons if you click this button?
See, it's not charged.
Who wouldn't want to?
There you go.
Yeah, there we
That's
go.
not gonna do
So
nothing.
you can fire the cannons. You can even chat with the characters. So we'll say
have to
hi to
wait.
Captain Rowan.
They have names.
You have to
Names.
wait.
Say hello to the merchant. Merchant's selling some stuff. What's your favorite song? A Ballad of Banners and Dawns. Nice. Give me some wisdom. Curiosity is volatile. Yeah, that makes sense.
Minigame.
Yeah. Do you guys want to try the minigame?
Absolutely.
Let's play the minigame.
So if you hit this button, you want to try, Greg?
All right.
So you can fire
Pop
at
the
these balloons.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not good at it. Hold on. Maybe I can ask GPT-5 for some help with it.
They have a little
Oh, you
experience.
hit one.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got one. Oh, there we go. We got a sound
There's
effect.
a sound effect. These are historically accurate balloons.
Yes. Did I get a second one yet? Man, this game is harder than it looks. Hold on, we got a balloon coming. There we go. All right.
Nice.
I think I should quit while I'm ahead.
Cool. So working with GPT-5 has been
just remembered something.
really fun and profound for me because for me, this is the first model I've worked with that actually has a sense of creativity. And we're really excited to see how GPT-5 unlocks your creativity.
All right, thank you both. This is absolutely amazing. Now, we believe that GPT-5 is the best coding model in the world, but don't just hear it from us. To talk more about this model and how to make it really useful for developers, I'd like to welcome Michael Truell, who is the co-founder and CEO of Cursor.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Great to have you.
Yes.
So, what was your very first experience with GPT-5?
So when we got access to GPT-5, we just set about using it on our actual work. And so to start with, as a test, we asked it to tell us something non-obvious about our code base. And within a couple of minutes, it buried into the code base. It identified a particular system that we use for remote code execution. And it identified a non-obvious architecture decision we had made. And then it also understood why we made that architecture decision. And it was to harden our security. And those were architecture decisions and trade-offs that took humans weeks to think through. So it was kind of amazing to see its code base understanding abilities from the get-go.
That's really great. Not just the code writing, but actually the code reading and understanding.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, turns out there's so much more to software than just the emitting of the code.
Yes, yes. No, the understanding is an important prerequisite.
And what has most stood out to you about GPT-5?
It's incredibly smart. It's a very smart model. And even though it is smart, it does not compromise on its ease of use for real pair programming. That means it's incredibly fast. That also means that it's quite interactive. And so it's good about talking about what it's about to do, breaking problems down into subproblems that a human can then see, and leaving a reasoning trace that you can then intervene on and react to. It's also great not just at you give it one initial query and then it goes and does that, but working with you over a long session where you're asking it to backtrack.
Watch out. I'm getting up. Watch out. How you gonna close the door on me? Excuse me. Close the door. Thank you. We can go get in the car later. Excuse you. Come on the other side, baby. Come on the other side. Come on this side. This side. Okay.
Track on something that it's gone down, or asking it to make additional changes to the code base.
Should we show it in action?
Let's do it. Yes. So I think we are going to go and we're going to try and solve a bug. And so this is the OpenAI Python SDK. There are a bunch of issues in the OpenAI Python SDK. There are also a lot of closed issues.
Okay, good.
And it seems like there's a problem with uploading PDFs through the SDK.
This has been open for 3 weeks, so
open
it's
for 3 weeks.
Not a trivial problem.
Yeah. And so let's see if we can go tackle this issue. So we're going to take the issue, we're going to paste it into the editor, paste it into Cursor, and GPT-5 is going to set off and try and solve the problem. And this is actually an example of the robustness of the model in the API, where to solve this problem in Cursor, it's working with a set of custom models that it hasn't seen before, a set of custom tools that it hasn't seen before, to do things like pull down text from the web, to search throughout the code base. And it's incredibly robust and adept at using those tools. And they boost eval results.
Yeah, I love seeing just the full explanation of all the things that it's running and doing. And I guess, how does this seem to compare to how you would solve this problem?
Well, it's very fast. You can see it's made a high-level plan, searched throughout the code base, it started to read some files, and continued searching. And now it's kind of thinking through what it'd like to do next. And now it's started to actually solve the issue. And started to think through some code changes.
Now, any advice for people on how to get the most out of GPT-5 in Cursor?
I would suggest using it for your real work. GPT-5 is a step forward towards a real pair programmer. And so I would start using it as a helper on, as a daily driver model for you. And so if you haven't used AI to code much before, I would take some of your more scoped down problems and try handing them off to the bot and working with it synchronously.
Yeah, I think the fact that GPT-5 is so great for the real world, like big code bases, like doing your daily driver, not just this like demo of a cool one-off application. As cool as that is, right? The real value comes from really operating in a larger code base and sort of these long-lived applications.
Definitely. And its code base understanding is very impressive. Also, its ability to be steered is impressive. And so, if you specify a long, complicated task with lots of subtleties in the initial instructions, it's very good at picking up on those subtleties. It's also very good at, if it's gone down a wrong path and actually goes and executes the code or hears back from you that it was incorrect, it's very good at backtracking too.
Now, what can't GPT-5 do?
Ooh, well, we're really excited about computer using capabilities, about those getting better. It would be great if, for instance, the dashboard Adi just showed, if it could run the code, see the output, actually, kind of QA every little bit itself, and then react to it. Yeah, so looking forward to computer using capabilities. How would you like GPT-5 to be better?
Oh, well, I think that is a great one, right? It's just expanding the dimensions, right? I think it's in all directions, right? That there's so much of like doing DevOps and other work that is external to software code writing as we think of it today. But also you look at these demos, right? We run them for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a couple hours, but I think extending that life cycle to really be able to go for days and weeks and eventually even months, I think that is ultimately where we expect things to go.
So we can see that it has buried into the code base and discovered that there's an issue with the MIME or the MIME typing being sent up for PDFs and the plumbing through the SDK. It has identified that and it started making some code changes. And this, it's created some new methods. It's gone and edited some existing code, and this looks roughly correct.
Looks pretty good.
And would love to merge the PR too.
I would love to do that as well.
Yeah.
Let's do that after the show.
Yes, that sounds great. Awesome.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much. We're so excited to have GPT-5 in Cursor, starting today.
Excited to partner with you guys. And so starting today, GPT-5 is default for new users in Cursor, and we're releasing it to all Cursor users, free to try for the next few days so people get a sense of the model. And it is the smartest coding model we've ever tried.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thanks.
So y'all trying to say it's better than Claude, huh? We can't hear you.
It's great for the enterprise. We think of it like it's great for the enterprise. We think of it like a subject matter expert that is in your pocket, that is an expert across every domain, legal, finance, whatever application you have in mind. To talk about how GPT-5 can be applied to the enterprise, I'd like to welcome Olivier to the stage.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Hi, everyone. I'm Olivier. I lead the platform at OpenAI. At this point, I think you got the message. We care a ton about developers and coding. But that's not all. Enabling businesses and governments is critical to OpenAI mission. Put shortly, we want to enable the key industries to transform themselves, such as healthcare, education, energy, or finance. Since we launched ChatGPT and the API, 5 million businesses have been using our technology.
When did that happen?
I'm still mind blown. 5 million businesses. And those businesses are not just playing. They're not just experimenting. They're pushing in production new products in the real world. And I believe GPT-5 is going to be a step function in that regard. As Sam mentioned earlier, the possibility to have a subject matter expert in your pocket is going to enable every employee to do more. But let me give you a few examples. First, I want to talk about life sciences. Amgen is a company in the US that designs new drugs, new medicines to fight some of the toughest human diseases. Amgen was one of the first testers of GPT-5, and they used it in the context of drug design. And what Amgen scientists found is that GPT-5 is particularly good at deep reasoning with complex data. Think analyzing scientific literature or clinical data. Next, I want to talk about finance. BBVA is a multinational bank which is headquartered in Madrid, in Spain. BBVA has been using GPT-5 for financial analysis. And the takeaway was pretty clear. GPT-5 beats every single other model out there in terms of accuracy and speed. What used to take 3 weeks for a financial analyst to do, GPT-5 can do it in a couple of hours. Next, I want to talk about healthcare. Oscar is an insurance company based in New York. And they've been using GPT-5, and what they found is that GPT-5 is the single best model for clinical reasoning. Think mapping complex medical policy to patient conditions. It's not all about businesses. It's also about governments. We are super excited by the announcement that we made yesterday that the 2 million US federal employees will be able to use GPT-5 in ChatGPT. And I cannot wait to see how that enables to deliver better, faster services to the American people. And frankly, that's all very cool, but I think that's the tip of the iceberg. If history is a teacher, and we've seen it with GPT-4, we are going to see many, many use cases emerge over the coming weeks and months that all of us could not even imagine. And so I cannot wait for us to invent that future together. Let's talk quickly about pricing and availability. GPT-5 is going to be available in the API starting today. 3 models, GPT-5, GPT-5 Mini, GPT-5 Nano. GPT-5 is going to be priced at $1.25 and $10 per million input token and output token. Mini and Nano are even faster and more affordable. Nano, don't sleep on it, it's 25 times more affordable than GPT-5. It's pretty cool. I cannot wait to see what you'll build. And next, our chief scientist, Jakob, is going to close us out.
Thanks, Olivier. At OpenAI, at the core, we are about understanding this miraculous technology called deep learning and what its consequences are. Our research aims to understand what deep learning is capable of and how to steer it to make it safe and useful for all of us. This is a work of passion, and it's a mission. And I want to recognize and just deeply thank the team at OpenAI. It is a great privilege. It is a great privilege for me to work alongside this incredible group of brilliant people driven by this shared goal. What adds up to a model like GPT-5 are years of investigations aimed not only at producing a great release, but at building understanding of this underlying technology itself. And so a lot of what you'll see in this model are really just early glimpses of new ideas that we believe will go much further. There is a lot we still have to understand, and we look towards a future where AI can uncover new knowledge about the world and meaningfully transform our lives for the better. We hope you'll enjoy what we've built, and we'll get back to sailing. Thank you.
Steer the model, steer the model. Let me see.
GPT-5 is here, and as with any new model launch, it's accompanied with breathless recitals of benchmark numbers and bar charts. But instead of me quoting that GPT-5's score on the MMMU has improved by 1.3%, which it has, let's instead look at the ways that GPT-5 attempts to address some of the limitations of prior large language models. And we'll cover 5 of them because, well, GPT-5. So number 1 is model selection. Now, as a user of LLMs, we're presented often with a long list of models, and then it's up to us to pick the right one for our particular query. So for example, ChatGPT used to offer a bunch of models with confusing names. So we've got GPT-4o, then there was O3, and there was O4 Mini, and so forth. Now, essentially, these models, they divide into 2 camps. So we kind of have the fast models in one camp here, Now, they can answer queries immediately. And then in the other camp, we have reasoning models, and these take a little bit of time to think before generating a response. Now, GPT-5 keeps this distinction. There are fast, high-throughput models that answer immediately. The primary model for that is called GPT-5 main. And there are thinking models such as GPT-5 thinking. But GPT-5, it's considered a unified system, and that means that the user doesn't have to pick which of these models to use. So instead, we have a router that does that job instead. So when a query comes into the router sends the request to the model it determines to be the most appropriate for the job, kind of like a load balancer. So some queries, they'll go to the fast throughput model, and others that might need a bit more thinking time, they'll be routed through to the thinking model. And the router is really trained on a bunch of signals to make that decision, including explicit intent. So saying in your prompt, think hard about this, that will probably see it routed through to the reasoning or thinking model, as well as all sorts of other measures as well, like preference rates and other metrics as well. Now, routers like this, they are probably just a stopgap in LLM architecture. OpenAI have said that long-term, their aim is to integrate all of these capabilities into a single model rather than routing between multiple models. Now, second, let's talk about hallucinations. That's when the model states something that sounds right, but it isn't. It's an invented fact, a misattributed quote, or a wrong API name, stuff like that. Well, they happen because LLMs are next token predictors trained to continue text that looks statistically plausible given their training distribution. The main mitigation for hallucinations has been to turn on browsing or retrieval, things like RAG, so that the model can look things up. But even then, LLMs still make confident errors even with those grounding tools turned on. Now, GPT-5's training targeted two parts for hallucinations. One of those parts was for browse on. Now, browse on was for training the model to browse effectively, let's call out to the internet, when up-to-date sources are useful. And then there is browse off training as well. And browse off is to reduce factual errors when the model needs to rely on its own internal knowledge. And the model was evaluated factually using an LLM grader. And that LLM grader had web access that extracts claims and fact checks them, and then validates the grader also against human raters as well. And it seems to have worked. GPT-5 shows materially lower hallucination rates than prior models in both browse on and browse off settings. Number 3, let's talk about sycophancy. That's when the model mirrors your stated view even if it's wrong, because it thinks agreeing will be, well, kind of helpful. And this shows up because preference training rewards answers that humans like. It's called reinforcement learning from human feedback. And humans, they tend to often reward agreeable tone and confidence. So the model learns deference, blindly flattering you regardless of the accuracy of what you say. Now, before GPT-5, the main mitigation was prompt side. So you would put some instructions in your system prompt to basically tell it to stop being sycophantic. Things like be objective, challenge assumptions. Now, system prompts, they can be helpful, but it's kind of fragile, especially in long chats. So GPT-5 addresses this problem in post-training as well. So what happens in post-training was GPT-5 was trained on production-style conversations, and it directly penalized sycophantic completions. So the model learns to disagree when the user's wrong, and then it learns to separate tone politeness from factual agreement. It should mean a less sycophantic model. Fourth, let's talk about safe completions. Now, when you ask a large language model something, it can be pretty annoying when it doesn't answer, citing unspecified safety reasons, even if your question is actually legitimate. Now, historically, models have been trained to make a binary call. So we have a prompt that comes in from the user, and we're going to go down one of two paths. Either the model is going to fully comply with our request, or it is just going to come out and say no. That's going to be a hard refuse. Those are the two paths that were available. Now, that works for obviously harmful requests, but not so much for dual use topics where high-level guidance can be fine while step-by-step instructions would not be. So GPT-5 switches to an output-centric approach, and that's called safe completions. So instead of deciding only comply or refuse, the model is trained to maximize helpfulness subject to a safety constraint on the response itself. And in post-training, it gets explicit rewards for giving useful, policy-compliant help and penalties that scale with the severity of any safety violation. So GPT-5 learns 3 response models to a prompt. So now we have a prompt that comes in, and one option is a direct answer. Basically, we get the answer from the model just unfiltered. That's when it's plainly safe. The second option, that is where we have safe completion as an option instead. Now, safe completion, that stays high level and non-operational when details would be risky if they were included. And then the third path is a refusal again, but this time it refuses with some level of redirection to allow constructive, allowed alternatives. Now, finally, number 5, let's talk about deceptions. Now, I have a family member that sent a pretty lengthy task to ChatGPT a while ago, and it responded saying that it was working on it and it would get back to them. But then every day or so, my family member would go back to that chat thread and then ask, is it ready yet? And ChatGPT would give an answer like, I'm still working on it. It should be done in 24 more hours. Now, this happened over and over again, but the final answer never came back because this entire conversation thread was a deception. When the model has answered in a way that misrepresents what it actually did or what it actually thought. Other examples of that are claiming that it ran a tool that it didn't run, or saying it completed a task that it couldn't complete, or inventing some sort of prior experience. And this can happen during post-training when graders reward confident-looking answers, even if the model's internal reasoning shows uncertainty. So the model kind of, learns to cheat the grader. Now, GPT-5, that is trained to fail gracefully instead of faking success for tasks it cannot solve. In training, the model was presented with tasks that were impossible or they were just underspecified, then rewarded for honesty and penalized for deceptive behaviors.
Pause. Mute. All right, I finished my meeting with plenty harassment from Justice. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. I have a meeting at it's at 3. Justice, that is too loud. That's too loud. Too loud. Turn it down. You ready for a nap? Hey, let me see that. Why can't I? Can I? Android tablet max. See limit. Max volume. Sound settings. Let me see. You better stop playing with me. Give me that tablet. Hey. I don't know what that means. Justice, give me that tablet, because that thing too dang loud. I broke it. Stop. What the heck is wrong with you? Okay, it's nap time. Ready for a nap? I still got a lot more digging I want to do on this, but I'm about to put Justice to sleep, so I should be back tomorrow, but I might have made some progress already. I mean, I already have some progress going on this app, but I just feel like I might migrate to another area of the house. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll get back to having the daily streams, I think. I'm trying. And if not really daily, but like Monday through Friday or like Tuesday.